Hey, Robert. Hello, mate. You're the first one. I thought I'd pop up. This is a new thing I'm starting. It's called the off-the-cuff pop-up. Yeah, it's a little bit like, when you're back in school, there was always that annoying teacher that would always like just pop up. When we were out there like in the boys' toilets, like having a cigarette and stuff. Not that I used to smoke, but I used to keep an eye out for the teachers. And there was always that annoying teacher that would always like just pop up. What is going on here? So yeah, Saturday pop up. Johnny, how you doing, brother? Oh, Atlanta. Hello. Hit like. I like it. All right. How is everyone today? Saturday the 6th of March. Silence is golden. Indie Discs. Hello to you too. Baker's XVR or VXR. Hello to you. So let me know how you're doing, where you're at, what's on your mind, and let's hang out for a while. Hey, Mike, hello to you, brother. Yeah, so I actually I've been doing this recently, where I do these. I think the last one was about 3 weeks ago. I don't know, just get these desires every Saturday to sort of like pop up live. I did actually do a scheduled one a while ago, well, probably about 3 weeks ago as well. It was on a Thursday. It was to discuss Gary Numan's new single. And that was the first time I actually scheduled a live Zoom chat. And we had so much technical grief, I just had to abort, which was a shame, but we'll try and do that again. Indie Discs. Do you know Spring Boys High? Springs Boys High. No. Is that a band or is that a school? So it sounds like a high school for boys. Is it? No, I'm assuming it's a band. No, I've never heard of it. There's a lot that I haven't heard of. But yeah, I'm always happy to be educated by you wonderful people, my friends, my dear friends. Robert Copeland, is your cat around? Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. People often say, "Where's your pussy, man?" Yeah, she's around somewhere. She's sleeping. How's it looking, guys? Is it it's not jerky? Is the picture smooth? Can you hear me properly? If you can just let me know before we continue. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Indie Disc School in South Africa was there in 86 to 90. Yeah, there we go. I thought it was oh, Springs, of course. Yes, Springs is a town. Of course, I had a good friend called Andrew Giddy. He was from a town called Springs, and Springs Boys High. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah. No, I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, I'm familiar with that. It sounds like a name of a school in South Africa. Paul, hello, says pretty locked down over the pond. Yeah, fuck it. But I'm always... Lockdown hasn't affected me that much because, I tend to spend a lot of my time in the studio like most of us geeks do. But it is annoying because I'm quite social, so when I go out, I can't go out. But yeah, there's people who are having it a lot harder than I am, so I shouldn't make fun of it. I'm not meaning to make fun of it. It's but yeah, we're going to come out of it soon. Yeah, we're going to Boris Johnson, our chancellor, has said that we're allowed to meet people in the park as from next week, and we're allowed to yeah, I think as from the middle of April we can go to a pub and a bar and sit outside, and I think I might just do a live stream from a bar with you guys. Yeah, we'll have a virtual drink. Robert Copeland says I look fabulous. Thank you, Robert. Flattery will get you everywhere. I assume you're meaning the stream. You can see I wear a hat a lot these days. It's just because I can't be asked with my hair anymore. I've got lockdown hair, so I can't be bothered. The channel's more about the content. It's not about what I look like. So forgive me if you have to look at me looking like a tramp. Do you think Martin should collaborate with Vince Clarke again? No, he can if he wants to. I think what Martin should do is he should write a solo album where he sings. I like the man. I like this Third Chimpanzee album, but I was disappointed to hear that it was an instrumental album. I would have liked to have heard a vocal, like a vocal, something like Counterfeit, but a solo album. I would have liked to have heard that. Loving Intruder, but Blakers says Loving Intruder. Looking forward to the album. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I like this song that he released, the Intruder song. I'll be honest with you, it wasn't as kind of stand out as when he released his last album. He put out My Name Is Ruin, and that was really like stand out. This wasn't as stand out. It took me a few listens to kind of get to like it, but I do like it. And it's great what he's done. There's no surprises there. It's exactly what I expected from Gary Numan. I don't mean that in a bad way, but he has kind of found his sound, and he kind of sticks to that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I am keen to see what our friends in Depeche Mode do with their next album, because you know what they do? They always change their approach. So I look forward to their next body of work. Yeah, hello Numan, hello to you. You asked what happened to the live stream that was cancelled. I was just saying when I started this live stream, Numan, that I had so much technical trouble. It's the first live stream that I actually scheduled. Because usually I just pop up off the cuff, but the sod's law the day I actually scheduled one. We had too much grief, so I had to cancel it, but we'll do it again sometime. The Funkster, hello brother. Hi VG, nice to see you this afternoon. No Violator video tomorrow. The Funkster, yeah, the Violator album review series has been very popular. Thank you so much to all of you who've been watching it. But I'm just gonna pause it for a week, just because I found the first video went up. It's had about 12,000 views. The second one's had about 8,000, and the third one is lagging behind. So I find I just need to give the community a chance to catch up, because I've been very productive lately. I've been releasing videos very frequently, and that sometimes works against me, because I find that if I'm too productive, you guys, because I know you've all got your lives. Your lives do not revolve around watching my videos. So, but I need to kind of stagger them, because if I put too much out, sometimes what happens is you guys don't get to watch all the videos, and then it has a counterproductive effect on the YouTube algorithm, and the YouTube algorithm has not, I won't say it's been bad to me, but I just felt it hasn't been entirely fair. And I guess what I'm saying is I get a lot of people coming to this channel all the time saying, hey, we just found your channel, it's great, can't believe it's not bigger than it is. So that is the reason for me sometimes having to stagger certain things. But hey man, blame the YouTube algorithm for that. Right, let's I've got quite a few of you on here, so I want to respect you all and answer as many questions as I can. Kefmuff, hello Vaughn, why are you doing this stream now? Why not? Indie Discs, Depeche Mode was big, the lads. Okay. I don't understand. Sorry. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Big in those years. Okay. Martin Fitzgerald, have you seen the 80s synth channel, Vaughn? It's a lot of fun, and I'm getting educated in a mess. Seen the 80s synth channel. Have you seen the 80s synth channel? No. Well, there's quite a few around, so hit me with a link and I'll see if I've seen it. Hello, Niall. How's it going, brother? How often do I see Brian Griffin? How often do I see Brian Griffin? Pretty much every day. If not every second day. I mean, I do. If I don't see him, I'll usually phone him every day, just to check up on him. Because I think the lockdown's been quite... I think he has struggled a bit with this lockdown, because he's a very social person, and Brian's over 70 now, but he's one of the hardest working people I know, besides myself, if I do say so myself. But and he works very hard, and he's used to being very social, and I think this lockdown has really affected him, especially in the beginning. He was very paranoid about catching the virus, you know, because he's over 70, but he's had his inoculation. He's had his first one, and he should have his next one probably in a month's time. But yeah, he's looking forward to the lockdown easing. And as I've said to you guys, when the lockdown does ease, I'm going to invite Brian Griffin, and I are going to do a few live events here in London, and we're also going to do a meet and greet in our local area here, where we're going to walk around. If you want to join us here, we're going to start in the local Rotherhithe area where we live. We're going to take a walk down. We're going to show you where Brian Griffin's studio used to be. It's going to be like a history tour. He'll do the talking. And then we'll also take you to the site where Depeche Mode shot their People Are People album cover or single cover. And then we'll end up at a bar afterwards. There's a great local pub here called the Ship and Whale. And they are a Depeche Mode pub. The good couple that run that, the great Polish couple that run that, they are huge Depeche Mode fans, and they always look after us when we get there, so we will end up there. So anyway, I'll let you guys know when that event's going to happen, so do come and join us. So there, Niall, I trust I've answered your question there. Marcus says hi there. Hello, Marcus. Then Mark Argnetto says, you thought about reviewing John Carpenter's music, as it's electronic and pretty damn good. Yeah, Mark, you see, I've just released a new addition to the channel called Real Talk. Real as in video reels, and we did the first one, which was about Airwolf. The idea on that series is to do music from TV shows and movies. So yeah, John Carpenter is something that's been mentioned before. And John Carpenter, very, very talented man. You know, he was not only a writer and director, but he also did all the music himself. So, very talented man. Paul says, big Depeche Mode fan, but did Martin Gore trouble with alcohol affect his vocals? And did he smoke as well? Or is it just age? Paul, I assume you're talking about Martin Gore's voice that is changing. Martin didn't smoke. He was never a smoker, as far as I know. I also don't really know. I know Martin Gore used to drink. What did he say in that interview? There was that interview where he was so drunk and he was sitting with the glasses and he went, "I like to drink and sometimes I fall off chairs." Yeah, Martin did drink. He's an alcoholic, but he's been clean I think he's been clean since about 2006. But no, I don't think he smoked, and I don't know what drugs Martin used to take. That's not well documented, and I don't really need to know about that. I know Dave Vaughn was heavily into everything, but I get the feeling that Alan, Martin, and Fletch were quite clean, although I know they did drink alcohol, but I don't know what other drugs they used to take, and I don't really. My interest in most artists that I talk about on this channel is the music. I'm not really interested in their characters and their personality. I don't like to get into that. But yeah, I think lifestyle choices. It's funny. I was just one of my students, because I was doing some vocal coaching yesterday, and I'm just helping someone who's suffered from vocal damage, and there's been a lot of drugs and alcohol that has contributed to that damage. So yeah, I know. As a singer, you do need to look after your voice. The funny thing is, people have commented that Depeche Mode were better when they were drunk, when they were on drugs and stuff like that, because I don't know, and there's some people who don't like their more recent body of work and say that that's down to the fact that Martin's sober. I don't want to comment on that, but I do think that the way we treat our bodies and the alcohol and the drugs we take do affect what we've done. So far as what I think you're getting at, you're commenting on Martin, Paul. You're commenting on Martin's voice having changed. It has changed. I mean, probably not as dramatically as Dave Vaughn's, but I'm a huge Andy Bell fan. If you guys saw, I just released a video on Andy Bell. because Gareth's working with him again, and I'm going to try and twist Gareth's arm and see if he can introduce me to Andy Bell, because I'd love to interview him. But I mean, even Andy Bell's voice has changed. I don't think it's as agile as it used to be, but it has what he's lost in agility. He seems to have gained a kind of like there's a certain kind of depth and edge he's gained, because yeah, I mean, age affects everyone differently. I know Simon Le Bon's voice is better now than it's ever been before, but you know, the substances we take and, you know, the way we live our lives does affect our voice extremely. Right, Johnny Derpy, hello brother. Will you do another episode of Real Talk? Yes, Johnny, I will. I will. I've got to do the one on the Lost Boys. If you guys remember that movie, The Lost Boys, from I think it was 1987. That's one I started doing the pre-production for, and I never got to. I got sidetracked and I did the Airwolf one. But yeah, the Real Talk series seems to be quite popular, based on the first Airwolf one I've done. So I shall do that. Right, next question is from John Lepoldeven. Sorry, excuse my pronunciation. Hi Vaughn, which is your favorite ever Depeche Mode song? Oh dear, that's very difficult. Top ones off the I don't know. I think my favorite ones off the top of my head, I'd say probably Stripped, Shake the Disease. But then I also like more obscure tracks like Here Is the House. It's a very difficult question, and I should actually memorize 5, because people ask me that question all the time. But it does change, because, you know, from year to year it does change. I even happen to really love some of the songs on the Exciter album now, which I never used to. So on the Exciter album, I just think that the Exciter album is a lot better than we thought it was, and I think as I get older I'm appreciating it more, which makes me think that I was just too young and stupid and ignorant when I was younger to appreciate Exciter. So I tend not to comment now on certain things, but yeah, good question. It's difficult to say which is my favorite. Star Wars Agent, hello brother. I'm glad you're live, bro, and I'm glad you're live here too. And Star Wars Agent, let me tell you, I assume with the name of like Star Wars Agent, you're obviously a big Star Wars fan. On my Real Talk series, I'm going to do, because that allows me to talk about movies and TV shows, I'm going to talk about Star Wars. I'll probably review one of the episodes, but when I do these TV and movie reviews, look, there are a lot of people on YouTube who do movie reviews, so I don't want to do that. So keeping it in line with my channel, I will review the movies, but it will be more with emphasis on the music. So we'll say, this is the Darth Vader's theme, dun 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 dun, and I'll have the camera and you guys can see how I play it, and then we'll talk from there. And I want to get Brian Griffin on the channel again, because Brian Griffin actually photographed Princess Leia, Chewbacca, Han Solo. He's done some great photographs of them, which were never used because George Lucas turned them down, and that'll be an interesting story. So yeah, if you're a Star Wars fan, you're going to love what's coming to this channel very soon. Marcus H, hello brother. Is Fletch ever sorry, I always laugh. I always laugh when I hear someone say Fletch, even before I've read the question, because I'm always waiting for the punchline, and I know that makes me sound like a dick, but yeah. Is Fletch ever active as DJ in South America, for example? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've seen video footage of Fletch DJing before, and there's some great footage of him DJing, and someone said he's playing Tetris, and there's like these Tetris blocks that are, yeah, watch that video, it's hilarious. Okay, what's the next one? Lizette Music, hello to you, says an episode on Recoil, please. Yeah, that's also on my ever growing list of things to do. A Recoil, but yeah, because I haven't done a video on Recoil, have I? We've spoken about Alan Wilder a lot, but you know, we've never. I promise you, there'll be Recoil videos coming. Mr. Kid, hello to you. You say it's lovely that I'm looking after Brian. I love Brian, man. He's like, you know, he's a dear friend, and you know, I look after my friends. So let's have a go. Luciano, hello, bro. Depeche Mode should make an album with Alan and Vince tour included. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be nice. It would be nice. Paul says, yeah, same thing. Ian McCullough voice, yeah. Sounds more like Keith Richards singing. Yeah, the heavy smoking does. If we can just jump, I was just. Have you guys ever heard Axl Rose recently? Singing like things like when I look into your eyes, I can see your love restrained, darling, when I hold you. What's that song? November Rain. Oh, he really struggles to do that. I mean, yeah, Axl Rose. I mean, he's had it. He's really had it. I mean, if you look at, you know, certainly in the last tour. Spirit. When I went to see it here in London, I thought it was fantastic. But when I saw the Spirits of the Forest movie, I could see the cracks were starting to show. But you know, Dave was well in his mid-50s there, and you know, he'd just done like a year and a half's touring. So I'm never going to criticize the guy, man. I think he's amazing. But you know, we age, and some of us age better than others, but there's still a lot of mileage left in Depeche Mode, I believe. Indie Disc says voices change when people get older. Beatles, yeah, your voice changes as you get older. Your body changes. Everything changes. L Caxi 1971 says, hey Vaughn, John Carpenter, yes please. Yes, John Carpenter I shall talk about on my Real Talk series. Mr. Kidd, what would Andy say about working with Gareth again? You talking about, do you mean Andy Bell? I mean Andy Bell. I mean, did you guys see my most recent video I put up? I put up a video called Andy Bell Vocals, Love It. And I kind of did demonstrations in that video of how it is that Andy Bell uses his voice. And in that video, I actually posted a video clip which Gareth sent me. And then he posted it on his Facebook group, on his Facebook page. It was him. Gareth Jones was recording Andy Bell. So I don't know what project that is, but Gareth Jones has worked with Erasure a lot. I think which was the last album he produced he actually produced their 2006 album. I forget what it's called. But yeah, Andy Bell does frequently, I believe, go back to Gareth and, you know, just to record vocals. And I believe that even on some of the albums, some of the Erasure albums that Gareth did not produce, he did record some of the vocals. So Andy Bell does trust Gareth as a vocal producer, you know, to record his vocals. And yeah, I believe Andy Bell lives, I mean, close to where I live here. I live in Rotherhithe, and I believe he lives in a place called Limehouse, which is literally just across the river, which is probably not even it's probably less than a mile. So everyone's here, man. I just got to meet them all. Luciano, Depeche Mode should make an album where Alan and Vince tour included. I think we've already read that. Oh yes, so I've lost my place here a bit. Right. Mark Agnetto. Orchestral maneuvers in the orchestral music is far better than electronic, even though I like them both. Orchestral, yeah, it's a view. I don't like to define music as electronic and I always find yeah, somewhere in the middle where you combine elements. Alan Wilder knew this. He always said in an interview once, we're not bothered about, you know, what sounds we use. We use what is ever necessary for a song. And that is why if you listen to a lot of their songs, that sometimes the instrumentation that was put together is quite bizarre. It's because they don't sort of limit themselves to, you know, it's all about sound, and they would use what would work, except for guitars though, which they did implement thanks to Flood in the Violator period. Luciano says, Vaughn George, thank you for speaking in such a clear way so we Latin people can get everything you say. Well, thank you, Luciano, and I'm going to have a go at my English friends here. You know, I was born in South Africa, and there was a great emphasis in South Africa when I was growing up on pronunciation. We got the old Oxford English syllabus, and we used, you know, pronunciation, as we called it, or pronunciation. There was a lot of emphasis put on the way we pronounce things. And then I always have a dig at my English friend. I mean, I've lived in England longer than I've lived in South Africa, but I always used to joke with people when I came to this country and they'd call me a foreigner. And then I'd be like, well, you're calling me a foreigner, but you can understand me and I can't understand you, which means I speak your language better than you do. And I always have this joke at my English friends, and I always say to the English people, I say, the English are the only nation in the world where everyone else can speak their language better than they can. Because I know, I'm just joking, yeah, when I say that, but no, I'm not. Have you heard some of the dialects and the accents here in England? They're terrible. I mean, especially when you go really far north. Well, they're not terrible. They're just difficult to understand. And, you know, like Americans speak English and Australians speak English. There are a lot of countries in the world where they speak English. But when you come to England, there are some accents that are like, so like, what? It's a, what? You know, and the English admit that. They're very hard to understand sometimes. So thank you, Luciana. I'm glad to see that I'm clear. I also think when it has always been my intention as a person, whenever I explain things, I tend to over-explain things. It's very important to me that when I'm talking to someone that they understand what I'm saying, and indeed it is important to me when I'm speaking to people that I understand them as well. It's very important. This is another subject, but communication, you'll be surprised how many people get into conversations and they don't actually completely, of course they understand what is being said, that's not what I'm being saying, but people don't tend to listen 100%. Anyway, so I'm glad you understand what I'm saying, so I don't really need to put subtitles on my videos. Right. Johnny Derpy says, never watched Lost Boys, but have you watched Bloodsport? It had an awesome music. Oh yes, Bloodsport. Was that with Jean-Claude Van Damme? Teach me, I can do it. And the whole premise of a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie was, it was always, you know, he was a bit like Steven Seagal. He did all these movies. He was better than Steven Seagal though. And it was kind of like a typical Jean-Claude Van Damme movie is, the movie starts off, his brother gets killed, and then he gets beaten up, and he comes back to avenge the death of his brother. Or it usually starts off, he's just some normal guy, his brother gets killed, and then he gets beaten up, and then he goes to the jungle and meets some Oriental grandmaster who teaches him the way of the dragon. And yeah, and then he comes back and he kicks some ass. But yeah, you got to love those 80s movies, man. Luciano says, hello from Buenos Aires. Hello to you. Sounds nice there. It's funny, the grass is always greener on the other side. Wherever we are, we always think someone else is having it better than we are. When you say Buenos Aires, I'm thinking I'd like to be there now. Right. Indie Discs. Alan Wilder should do a remix album of Depeche Mode's later tracks recorded after he left. Yeah, they're probably not going to allow that because they probably don't want their... Yeah. It's probably not going to happen. Fabrizio says guns and poses. Aha, that's a line from the Depeche Mode 101 thing. Is it the guy with the hedgehog hair? He goes guns and posers, guns and posers. Arthur, Nowowski. Hi Vaughn, do you like this version, Libra and special guests? It doesn't matter to lockdown version. I've not heard that, but if you send me a link, I will listen to it. info@vorti.com. Send me the links there, please. Imran, hello, brother. He says, Cheerio, George. Love from Scarborough here. Hello to you there. Have you heard the third bass's words of wisdom with the Never Let Me Down sample? I have not heard that, brother, but if you want to send it to info@vorti.com, I will have a listen. Niall, hello again to you, sir. It seems an insane coincidence that you and Brian should live in the same building. How did that happen? I'm a stalker, Niall. I'm a stalker. No, it's just I'm a big believer in synchronicity and intention, and I do believe that everything happens for a reason. But so far as you can make it happen, I believe that when you have an intention in life and your intention is clear, then things will happen. If you don't have an intention in life, which unfortunately a lot of people don't have, and that's something I always try to help people when I'm coaching them, is to be more mindful. And we actually do these little exercises where you put your focus on something and it happens. There is this strange force in the universe, and I don't want to go off topic here, but we are all a part of this universe, where things do actually start happening when you start channeling your thoughts in a certain direction. They really do. And if I look at what's happened with this channel, and in fact if I take it back to when I first arrived in this country, there's been so many great coincidences. They say coincidences are God's way of remaining anonymous. So, Niall, it does seem insane that we're in the same building, but, with my belief in intention and synchronicity and stuff, when I look at it that way, I don't think it's that insane. I think it's what Einstein said. There are two ways to look at the world, as if though everything's a miracle or nothing is a miracle. It really depends on you. But I suppose in the grand sense of things, it is a coincidence. It's a huge coincidence. Jean Botma, is that a South African surname? I think it is. I enjoy your channel, Vaughn. Thank you. I just asked the question and there's the answer. Goeie werk, broer. Now, goeie werk, broer means good work, brother. And you can see ek kan nog steeds Afrikaans praat. Ek praat dit soos 'n Engelsman, maar ek kan dit nog steeds praat. Translation, I said I can still speak Afrikaans. I speak it like an Englishman, but I can still speak it. Good to hear from you, Gene. I hope you guys are safe down there. Luciano says, yes, you watched it. John Lepoidovan says, okay, so what's the best concert you've seen? Ooh, what's the best concert I've seen? That's very difficult. I've seen some great Erasure concerts. I tell you what was great. It's something I'll never forget was when I went to see Depeche Mode in 1994 in Johannesburg in the Standard Bank Arena, and when they did the devotional tour. Although actually that was part of the exotic tour. That was remember there was the devotional tour, which was in North America, and then they took a break, and then they did the what they called the exotic tour, which was exactly this, which was the devotional tour, but it was just a scaled down version, and that was in the Southern Hemisphere. It was a smaller set, but the same songs and everything. And that will always stand out to me, because that was pretty much the first sort of like international concert I ever saw. And I remember going there with a friend of mine from school. Bless her. She lives in America now. Her name's Kathy Abdenor. Kathy, if you're watching this, lots of love to you. And she and I went to watch this, and I never forget, my dad took us, because I was too young to drive. And I remember my dad waiting in the car. He dropped us off, and he sat in the car for the duration of the whole concert. Just sat in the car, having a cigarette, watching the world go by. Yeah. I'll never forget that concert. Next question. Marcus H. And how are you in that down lockdown? How am I in the lockdown time? Marcus, I'm fine, thank you, brother. I'm just carrying on. I mean, there's a lot of people that are suffering, and I think that kind of affects me in that way. I know a lot of people who are suffering, and it doesn't make it, yeah. I just thank God that there has been a, it could have been very bad. It could have happened that they said, look, we can't find an antidote to this. We are just screwed. And thank God they have found a vaccination. There are people who are against it. That's another story. There are the anti-vaxxers and stuff. But, something, guys, I'm an optimist, man. I'm not cheesy. Well, I am cheesy. I can be very... Sorry, I'm very cheesy. Okay, I'm saying it so you don't have to. I'm very cheesy. But I can be a grumpy bastard as well. It's just because I'm not... I'm optimistic, but I'm quite realistic at the same time. But I do believe that things will get better. You have to believe that, man. You have to believe that things are going to get better. Even if there is a sense of denial within that. I'm not preaching to you now. But what's the point, man? If you think things aren't going to get better, what's the point? And I believe things will get better. Things are going to get much better. Right, Murray Nathan, thank you. Woohoo! Sent me a donation. Bless you, Murray. Thank you, brother. Murray, you've been very supportive. I want to say a special shout out to Murray, because Murray's been giving me some great advice on, because I have a bit of a rant every now and then. And you must understand, guys, when I rant in a funny way. I don't rant in a kind of bitchy way. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, guys, come on, help me out here, man. I guess I'm too open. Sometimes people say, Vaughn, don't be so open. It makes you come across as weak. I don't think so. It's also because, when I coach people as well, I've had people who've coached me and mentored me, and they're not perfect. And they show me that they're not perfect. I mean, I don't want to be... There's nothing worse when you go and get coached by someone or mentored by someone and they're like, hey, I'm perfect. You cannot get to my level. Nah, because we all know that everyone's vulnerable and stuff. And where am I going with this? God, I'm going so off topic now. Yeah. Anyway, I just believe in being honest and being what you see is what you get. And yeah, now I know where I was. Murray's been very helpful to me, just in the comments and suggesting what I should do with the channel and stuff, because the channel's doing well, guys, but I just sometimes feel like it's invisible, and that's not in an I'm certainly not ungrateful. It's just that, the people like you who are on this, you're obviously, hardcore supporters, and I'm so grateful to you. But I get so many people coming onto this channel and saying, wow, this is amazing, why have I never heard of this? And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to reach out to those people with the same mentality. But YouTube it's a little bit like being a small fish in a big ocean. YouTube is a big ocean. It's growing and growing and growing, and I've got nothing to moan about. Murray, thank you, brother. I really appreciate your support. Michael S., hello to you. Michael S. says, hi, Vaughn. I have created approximately 100 electronic song tidbits, each about a minute long. What would you recommend on how to take those to the next level? Michael, the best thing to do is contact me at info@vorti.com and let me know what's on your mind. But off the top of my head, so I don't know, have you made samples, or are these little, are these samples or these little segments of songs? you'd need to reach out to me, because it's hard to kind of answer that in detail here, but I am available to be contacted, as you know. Paul says, Axl Rose performed with Billy Joel at Dodger Stadium. He sang Highway to Hell. The crowd was like, what the F? Great concerts, regards. What the hell was that? Yeah. No, Axl Rose is, he's really shot. You must also remember, I was watching Bon Jovi on a recent concert, when he gets to the I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. Now, he sings in a very high register. And to get that pitch, what those types of singers do, like Bon Jovi, they do this pharyngeal singing. I've talked about how you've got the lower larynx position, like Dave Gahan, but then you get those like Aerosmith, and you just go and that's the you get that But I find that those singers that sing in that high kind of pharyngeal way, they're the ones who tend to struggle, because that type of music is all about sort of like aggression, and it's all about that pitch. And as you get older, your pitch drops. You lose those higher notes, and that is why I've seen Bon Jovi, particularly on some of his recent songs, where he's clearly struggling. I mean, he's not as bad as Axl Rose, but he's really, really struggling. But I find if you take singers like Martin Gore doesn't sing very high. He's fundamentally sings quite low. It's just he does the head voice and stuff like that. But I just find these rock singers who sing in that screechy kind of way, they tend to struggle as they get older, because as you get older you lose that range, and also the rock singers are well known for all the drugs and stuff as well. So, but yeah, I'm coming back to what you're saying, Paul. Axl Rose he's completely shot at the moment. I must say though, just a bit off topic, Slash still looks amazing, doesn't he? I still don't know what he looks like, but when I say he still looks the same, it's because you can't see his face. He's got that poodle hair and that top hat. Yeah, he still looks the same, only because I've never seen his face. Black Energy Keeper, hello to you, brother. Almost the same question but different. Your favorite B-sides, so to say. Three of your favorites are To Having to Hold the Bottom Line and Nothing's Impossible. Okay, those aren't B-sides. Those are... But I know what you mean. You're meaning songs that aren't that mainstream with Depeche Mode. More sort of obscure songs. To Having to Hold, I Need to Be Cleansed. The Bottom Line. Like a cat dragged in from the rain, who goes straight back out to do it all over again. I'll be back for more. Yeah, The Bottom Line. Nothing's Impossible. Yeah, Nothing's Impossible. That's probably the best song Dave Gahan has written, as far as I'm concerned. Luciano. Ya, laughing out loud in Spanish. Ya, or ha 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 ha. That's international, or is that just Spanish? The Auswanderduku says, hello from Bulgaria. Hello to you too. Star Wars Agent says, why do you think women see Depeche Mode differently than men? Do you believe women see them differently? I've noticed that. Maybe do a show about women. It's It's a very good question. You know, it's quite funny you should say that, Star Wars Agent. I was actually looking at my statistics the other day on YouTube, and I found that my audience on this channel is 65% male and 35% female. And I think if you watch Depeche Mode's, you know, I'd like to ask Daniel Miller this if I get to chat to him sometime. What the breakdown is, but I think you'll find that Depeche Mode is 65% male, probably 35% women. Also, bands like Prodigy, things like that, they kind of they tend to attract a more male audience. It is interesting though. That is a good question there, Star Wars Agent. Yeah, what's the women do see? Well, of course, women do see them differently, because I can see Dave Gahan or Alan Wilder as very handsome men. I don't want to sleep with them, whereas I know a lot of female friends that do want to sleep with them. I know some male friends that want to sleep with them as well, but that's a different story. But yeah, it's you're right. I think women do fundamentally see Depeche Mode differently than what men do. But then again, that's everyone here should read the book. There's a book called Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. Read that book. It's a very, very good read. Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. It addresses the time-old struggle between why men and women are so different. Right. Luciano says, it's noon here, Buenos Aires, Argentina, and summer. Yeah, rub it in. We've kind of got spring here, but it kind of sucks. It's kind of overcast and it's a bit shitty. Anyway, let's have a go. Fabrizio, hello. Vaughn, please, about the old question. Alan Wilder left the band. Oh, Alan Wilder, okay. We should have like a swear jar. Every time someone mentions Alan Wilder, they've got to put $1 in the swear jar. Anyway, your question is about the old question. Alan Wilder left the band, okay, but what do you think? Did the door stay open? Did the door stay open or not? That's a very, very good question. He left the band, but did the door stay open or not? You must remember when Alan left in 1995, he did say he picked up the phone to phone Dave Gahan. And apparently Dave Gahan just said, yeah, man, whatever. Because Gahan said in an interview, he was so drugged up and in such a state, I don't think he really understood what was going on. But I think if Alan wanted to come back, then they would have definitely let him come back, I'm sure. I don't know. I'll put it to you this way. The door was obvious when Alan Wilder left. The door was obviously open to a point. But I think there was probably a point where that door closed. So I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe if Alan had gone back round about the, I don't know, playing the Angel period, they may have said, well, no, mate, we don't need you anymore or something. But also, I also think there's a point now, and I know it must be, I don't want to say a sore point, but it must be annoying for Martin. I think Martin has kind of mentioned this through hearsay. I've heard him say, he talks about people who moan about the Alan Wilder thing. I think he calls them the complainers. I think Martin's a bit like, oh, can we just let this go? So I don't know, but that is a good question. So Alan left, and then obviously when he left, there was a period that he could say, actually, I changed my mind, I want to come back. But how long did the door remain open? I think the door's probably shut now. Maybe for a collaboration, I don't know. But it's a very good question. Cole. Oh, I better catch up with my questions. I'm falling behind you. Cole Magnuson says, hi Vaughn, I love the Martin Gore slightly over the top story. It really made my day. I watched it 2 times now. It just made me smile. Simply great. I assume you're talking about the video I put up when I met Martin Gore. Yeah, that video was popular. But I had, it's funny enough, I don't focus on the negativity, but I touch wood, I don't get much of it, but I got someone in my a message came through on my one of my videos today, and someone said, oh, they were talking about me. They said, oh, this guy's so cringy. Oh my God, have you seen his cringy video about when he met Martin Gore? And, you know, he probably just put that out as a comment thinking, so me being me, I kind of clicked onto it. I went, oh, hello. I said, me, Vaughn George, yeah, the cringy guy. If you'd like to say that to my face, welcome to say it to my face. I don't usually answer questions like this, but I had to say to him, dude, if you find me cringy, then you've just got a dark soul and you don't belong in this fucking place. I think, you know, I may be many things, but cringy is, you know, if you call me cringy because I'm being sincere, then fuck off, man. Then you should go to loveisland.com or Nicki Minaj or something like that, you know. I don't have time for these low vibrational entities. Get out of your mum's fucking basement, man. Go smoke a spliff or have a laxative if you're constipated. But yeah, I just don't understand these people. It's like, don't go into a place and cause hate, you know. Just fucking ignore it. Anyway. Blaker's VXR. Do you have any Gary Numan album reviews planned in the near future? Yeah, I'll tell you what album reviews I do want to do. Obviously, we're in the middle of Violator for Depeche Mode. I want to start Erasure. I also want to start OMD. I want to start Pet Shop Boys. And I do want to do Gary Numan as well. I mean, that Gary Newman's released loads of albums. So, I mean, I will review those albums, but I'm not going to review them in the detail that I've done the Depeche Mode ones. And on the Depeche Mode album reviews, I think, you know, we're now in Violator. We're going to get to Songs of Faith and Devotion. But I think up until Ultra, I think after Ultra, I can tell you now, they are not going to be as in-depth and as detailed. They're going to be a lot shorter. They may even be an episode for the whole album. And the reason for that is I don't actually have access to all the, you know, the samples that I do. Like with all the older Depeche Mode stuff, I've got access to a lot of the samples. But sort of from Ultra and onwards, I don't actually have access to the samples and stuff. And I'm just not that passionate about the later albums. So I will continue the series, but they're not going to be as in-depth as the series I'm, you know, as what they currently are at the moment. Right, let's have another look here. Die Auswander says, the link of the covers in the Facebook group. I did post it here this morning. Oh, okay, did you? I will just have to have a look for it. Thank you. Oh, you posted it in here. I don't know. I think I've got some kind of filter here that catches the links and puts them into like a folder. So if you've posted it, I'll go at the end of the stream. I'll go and have a look and see if I can find it. John Lawton, when will you be doing your third chimpanzee review, Vaughn? Dun 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 dun. Yeah, that first track that's got that melodical part. Dun 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 dun. That's the only real melody on that album. You know, it's very much a groove. I won't say groove. I mean, it has groove to it, and there's a lot of like. The focus of this album is its atmosphere. That's the main thing. But here's something to consider: the melodic part. What's the first track called? Sorry, Howler. It's got that melodic part. Dun 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 dun. Listen to that melodic part, and then does it not remind you of the melodic part in the song? What's that song? Rush. When I come up, when I rush for you. When Rush gets to the part, open your sensitive mouth, hold out your delicate hands. It's got that melody that goes Listen to that melody, and then listen to the melody on Howler. Very, very close. And I'm going to demonstrate that when I review this album. I will review it, I promise you. It will be an easy album to review, but I do like it. I know it's been criticized a lot. People are sort of comparing it to Gareth Jones's record, and I suppose the only reason they do that is because, you know, probably the mute connection. I don't know. But yeah, it's an abstract album, and it's not everyone's cup of tea. I think, you know, some people have said like it sounds like it's been done by a chimpanzee, and you know, and then other people attack them for saying that. But I personally, I like it. You know, for what it is, I like it. Some people have said that the only reason we give it any credit is because it's a Martin Gore album. Now, if I can elaborate on that, that is both, yeah, that is true to a point. I mean, you must remember that there is so much great music out there. I mean, if you just go into Bandcamp and stuff, there are some amazing artists there that are undiscovered. They've got no audience, but no one gives them the time of day. But when Martin releases an album, people are like, oh, people are so, like, people will like it even before they've heard it. This is the thing about becoming famous. You get to a point where people will just love it because it's you, and even before they've heard it, they will love it. And it's, you know, that's arguably a good place to be or a bad place to be, the way, you know, depending on how you decide to look at it. Right, Harry Witt, sorry. Hi Vaughn, thoughts on the latest Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds album? Ghosteen basically has a microcore all over it, and it's awesome. Yes, I should listen. I've that did come up onto my radar. I've heard some of it. Yeah, Nick Cave's another one of those artists. You know, he's on his own trip. He's absolutely brilliant. You know, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Yeah, something that probably needs a bit more of attention. I need to give it more attention, I think. But from what I've heard so far, unmistakable. Murray Nathan says, last week Martin Gore released an Anna remix, yes, of Howler. It's damn good. Yes, I have given it a listen. And there's the Anna, she's sitting in the studio and she's demonstrating some of it. It's very, yeah, I mean, it is very good. Very good. Some people say it's better than the original. So, right, Shane Rolls. Hello to you, brother. Shane says, hello, VG. Love watching your Depeche Mode videos. Thank you. Thanks, man. I'm a huge fan. Keep up the outstanding work and hope you're oh, bless you, man. Thank you. Hope I'm feeling better. I'm fine, man. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. Bless you. Die Auswanderer Doku says, by the way, you know me as Michael Anabas on Facebook. Of course I do. Hello, Michael. It's funny, everyone here has got like aliases, so a lot of you are probably members of my Patreon community or the Facebook group, but it's not my fault you've got aliases, but it's good to see you on here anyway. Michael S. Aha was your best concert. I've never been to see, actually I did see Aha once. There was a show here for children in need here in, must have been about 3 years ago, here in the Wembley Stadium, and they had like OMD, they had they had Nick Kershaw, they had like, you know, Erasure, they had like loads of different artists, and Aha were there. Oh yes, Aha, they did an acoustic version, they did 2 acoustic songs, I think Take On Me and something else. Yeah, that was when they ran about the time they did their acoustic tour, just before. Yeah, man, Aha is another one that I can't fault. Actually, Morton, are we talking about singers here? Morton is actually another singer that hasn't gotten worse with age. He sounds exactly the same. His voice is just as agile. But if you look at Morton Harkett, you know, he's also physically, he's aged really well. He's also not a he's not a drinker, not a smoker. I get the idea that Aha are very clean, and you can see that Aha Morton clearly hasn't taken drugs and stuff, because, you know, he looks fantastic and his voice still sounds amazing. You know, especially when he does songs like Take On Me, he can still reach that pitch quite easily. So yeah, are amazing. Paul, hello again, Paul. Paul says, did Vince Clarke have any regrets leaving Depeche Mode? No, I don't think he did. I've said this before in my videos that I think Vince Clarke is, and I've asked Gareth Jones about this as well, and I think Gareth said when Gareth and I had the live stream with you guys last time, Gareth said that Vince Clarke is a very, what you see is what you get, cut the crap, cut the bullshit. And if you look at that as Vince Clarke, I think it was somewhat, Vince Clarke is quoted as one saying, it's not about the art, it's not about the makeup, it's just about writing good songs, and I have hit after hit after hit. So, I mean, if you think Vince Clarke, the most flamboyant Vince Clarke ever got was when he was in Depeche Mode, and he had that, and Yazoo, and he had that like blonde hair in his face. And of course, when they go live sometimes, you know, he dresses up really funny. He's got a great sense of humor. But Vince, there's no bullshit with Vince Clarke. He's just kind of like, he's all about the song, all about the music. You know, he's not about the art. I mean, I know so many artists. It's all about the art and the image. Vince Clarke's not about that. He's all about the fundamentals and the songs. And, you know, this is why he's so great at what he does. Now, I've gone terribly off topic now. Why are we talking about... I'm sorry, guys. You should see me when I'm filming these videos for these. The amount of footage that gets cut, it's ridiculous. Let me just try and find my train of thought again. Oh yes, sorry, Paul. You asked, does Vince Clarke have any regrets leaving Depeche Mode? So no, I don't think he's got any regrets. You must remember as well, imagine you're 18, 19 years old and you've just been signed, you're on top of the pops. You know, you've got success, and then you just go, I'm out of here. You're like, what? I mean, that was a very brave thing to do. But as I've discussed with Gareth Jones, and I said, look, Gareth, I obviously don't know Vince Clarke, but the way I described him to Gareth said, no, you're absolutely right. He's a very strong character. He's not really a team player in the sense that, you know, he's not a control freak. Although Vince Clarke has said on interviews that he is a control freak, but he likes to do it himself instead of going, okay, I don't want this democracy, I don't want to have to speak to you and you. It's just like, this is it, and we're going to do it. So I don't think he's had any regrets about leaving Depeche Mode, and yeah, and he shouldn't. He's been very successful in his own way. Luciano, I love Vince Clarke's remix of Behind the Wheel. Yeah, there are a lot of remixes done by Vince Clarke. Flood did a few remixes as well. Gareth Jones has done remixes. Daniel Miller's done some remixes as well. Actually, have you guys heard the new Sunroof music? Sunroof is the collaboration between Gareth Jones and Daniel Miller. Have you guys heard that? Gareth just released that on his Facebook page the other day. Gareth has now got a Facebook page because I've been pestering him to put up a Facebook page because Gareth had a personal Facebook page, and then every time he would post things, because he's got his settings all set to private, I said to Gareth, dude, you've got to, you know, you need to set up a page, a public page. And he was like, really? I said, yeah, man. So anyway, he's got a page now, and I'm glad to see he's promoting it and pushing it. I'm a very pushy bastard, me. I always push people. I always like to see people do well. I like to bring the best out in people. Right. What was I? Okay. Chrysynth, hello to you. Concerning Erasure, what is your opinion on their album Erasure? Recently you mentioned Chorus as being your favorite. You called it their Violator. Erasure. So Erasure is their... I see what you're saying. You're basically saying that... Okay, sorry, I'm just being distracted here. I think we might have a troll here. I just want to get rid of him. Or her. or it. Yeah. Get rid of... Yeah, we just call trolls its. Let's get rid of it. Okay, done. Sorry, where was I? Yeah, your question was... Yeah, I often call Erasure's chorus. I always say that was like their version of... Violator. Then, of course, they did Erasure, which was a very sort of like introspective, one of their sort of like deeper albums. They got quite a bit of criticisms on that album because some people said they were taking themselves too seriously. Andy Bell said the reason they released that album is like it was kind of like, you know, when Pink Floyd did the Dark Side of the Moon. And so Andy said, well, let's do our version, which we're going to call the Bright Side of the Sun, so to speak. So Erasure, I think that was the one that... I don't think Gareth produced that one, no. But I think... Yeah, and you're actually saying that to you, that is like... that is equivalent to Songs of Faith and Devotion. That's like their version of Songs of Faith and Devotion. I can see where you're coming from. That album... I mean, it was great. It was good, but it did get a bit of criticism from people. Some people did say they were taking themselves too seriously on that, but I don't think so. I think as an artist, man, I think you've got to reach out, and you've got to reach out and touch faith. You've got to, you've got to challenge yourself. You've got to challenge yourself and your audience. Otherwise, you just keep releasing the same thing over and over. Right, let's have a go here. Let's just see. Sorry, guys, I've just lost my train of thought here. Okay, so where are we now? Yes. Okay, cool. So, Darren, hello, Darren Cotter, my brother from Kent. He goes, hey, Vaughn, how you doing, man? I hope you're good and safe. I just wanted to know how long it took you from start to completion on your track Remember Me. Oh, thanks, Darren. Darren's asking, I released that track from my new alias, which I'm calling VG, and the song was called Remember Me. How long did it take? Darren, most of my songs, they happen very quickly. The idea comes to me very, very quickly. I can just sit down and it'll just come to me. But the actual production of it, it's very difficult because, I don't know if I put it into hours, it's difficult because I will work on something and then I will stop. And, because of the channel now, I've got so many things to do and I've got students with coaching. It's very difficult to say how many hours, I suppose, because, it did take a few days and then, then you start it, then you stop it and you come back to it. I do remember I started it before I went on holiday to Cyprus, and then I came back, and yeah, and there is quite there's quite a cynical meaning behind the title of that song. The reason I called it Remember Me, but I'll tell you guys that later. It's just a bit too dramatic, but I'll tell you why. Hours wise, how long did it take? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. It's very difficult to say, Darren. Yeah. Because I don't sort of sit down in a, from start to finish. It's kind of done fragmentedly. So I can't answer the question. Sorry. David Watwood says, Vaughn, I hope you continue making music under VG. I enjoyed the track Remember Me. Hopefully you put out a complete album, plus the cover was awesome with you holding the keyboard. Oh, thank you, David. Oh, some nice comments on, bless you. It's nice. I do like releasing my own music. And it's something I don't do enough because the channel is taking up a lot of my time. Now, the VG alias I've started is anything that says VG is going to be like instrumental, sort of retro synth music. But then I do have my main thing, which is called Vorti. And I've got a whole body of work which I'm working on at the moment, and I'm looking very forward to that. But thank you, guys. I'm flattered to see that you like what I'm doing. Thank you. Peter Makala says, "Hi Vaughn, your Roland JD800 was added to Roland Xenology subscription VST." Oh, okay. So there's a VST now of the Roland JD800. Okay, I shall check that out. Actually, in fact, that'll be a good idea. Maybe I should approach Roland and ask them if I can get a copy of that. And then what we'll do is we'll do a video where we compare the JD800 to the plugin. And it's quite funny because yeah, this Korg M1 I have over. I mean, you'll notice I often have different keyboards up here depending on the kind of videos I'm doing, and depending what I'm working on. This Korg M1, I know Korg released a VST plugin of the Korg M1, and it's quite funny when you A/B them. Actually, there's a guy online, Woody from Piano Shack. Shout out to Woody, great guy. He did a video where he actually did an A/B comparison between the Korg M1 and the M1 plugin, and I found that the M1 plugin clearly had more reverb. They'd really kind of drowned it in reverb. You know, the presets. Of course, you can take the reverb away, but that is a real common thing with, you know, synthesizer manufacturers, is they make their presets sound as good as possible because that's what sells the product. But the Korg M1, you know, the actual hardware machine, compared to the preset, I found that the preset sounded a little bit brighter and a little bit more lush. But when you put the songs in the mix, you know, if you were to use this in the mix or the preset, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But if you take them in isolation, there is a difference. There is a sonic difference. I think the plugins tend to sound more animated. But yeah, I'd like to have a listen to the JD800 plugin. So thanks for letting me know, Peter. DM1N1KS says you should do a video on Hans Zimmer.
Oh, yes, Hans Zimmer. I will do a video on Hans Zimmer. Oh, yes, absolutely, Hans Zimmer. I will do his voice.
That's my Hans Zimmer impersonation. Yeah, Hans Zimmer. I mean, what can I say? He's Hans Zimmer is kind of like, his soundtracks are the standard. He kind of sets the standard by which soundtracks are measured these days. Evil Genius, hello to you, brother. Hi, Vaughn. Do you know the girl group Marchex? Yes. Is it? Yeah, Marche. Marchex, but it's pronounced Marche, I think. Who covered the album A Broken Frame? And if yes, what do you think about it? Greetings from Austria. Stay safe. Evil Genius, thank you, brother. I think yes, I do actually have that. Someone actually sent that to me. On CD, I think when I just started the channel, they sent me that. It's the photo is the two girls in the white dresses holding hands, and it's a cover of A Broken Frame. Very, very good. I was very, very impressed. I think they did a great job. So yeah, I did like that. I get a lot of people sending me covers of Depeche Mode songs all the time. Oh, and it's just a bit tiring sometimes. I mean, yeah, I like to hear original stuff. I'm a little bit like when people go, "Oh, have you heard this cover of Enjoy the Silence?" I'm like, okay, yeah, let me listen. And you know, there's no disrespect, because you know there's a lot of talent out there, and sometimes people do covers that like really blow my mind. But personally, I like to hear new stuff. I want to hear what's in your mind, man. What's in your heart. You know, I think we need more originality. So whenever people cover things, I'm a bit like, oh, yeah. Right. David Watwood says, Vaughn, we need to find Alan Wilder. It's kind of like trying to find Wilder. Maybe one day you could interview him. Yeah, that's another one, David. If I had a penny for everyone who asked me to interview Alan Wilder, I would be a very rich man. Once again, I know he lives in Sussex here in England. He's just enjoying being a father, and he's keeping a very low profile, and he's very private. I did hear a rumor through the grapevine once, I don't know how true this is, that he was possibly going to be collaborating with Trent Reznor. Now, I just heard that. I've got no idea how true that is, or if it was just a rumor. I heard a rumor, they travel far. So yeah, I don't know, but I would love to hear the news that Alan Wilder has resurfaced again with a new album. Imran Hanif says, all the women loved Alan Wilder. Yeah, very, very good looking man. Marcus H. Depeche Mode is aphrodisiating. Yeah. Well, my girl, Kyrie, she can't stand Depeche Mode. She gets to, when I'm playing Depeche Mode, she asks me to turn it down because it depresses her. It's quite funny. A lot of girls that I've dated, they can't stand Depeche Mode. My girl, she likes Martin Gore. She likes Martin Gore, but I think it's Dave Gahan's voice that she just says she doesn't understand why people like Dave Gahan's voice. To her, it's just too dark and depressing. Hey man, it's a view. It's not wrong, it's just a view. Yeah, of course it's wrong. Why are you with her, Vaughn? Listen, Michael S. How can I brainwash my daughter to love Depeche Mode? She is 9 and listens to the garbage top 40. Ooh, Michael S. Yeah. How can you brainwash your daughter to like Depeche Mode? Well, you know, I talked about this, Michael. When I was at the last gig here in Olympic Park, 2017, when they released Spirit. Yeah, they released in 2016. I think I saw the gig in 2017. And I spoke about on one of my videos how when I was in the crowd, I took my brother and I took my girl with Kyrie. And I had to buy the tickets for them because they're not fans. But anyway, we were in there. And while we were watching the show, there was a husband and a wife, probably a little bit older than me. And they had 2 kids. And there was a boy and a girl. And the son was probably about 11 and the girl was about 8 or 9. And the kids were like dressed up, you know, in the Depeche Mode clothes. But I was interested because as the songs were playing, I was watching these children. And the little girl was like, probably like 8, 9. But she was like mouthing all the words. Like every song she was like, you know, singing along. And as I said, I tapped the father on his shoulder and I said, dude, can I just say, you are doing your bit for mankind, teaching your children good music. And like cheesy high five the dad, high five the mom, high five the children, and the children were fans. You know, they weren't like reluctantly standing there with their faces painted, going "fuck this Depeche Mode." They were like really into it. And so, Michael, I don't know how you get your daughter into it. Yeah, I just think I've got some teenagers in my Vaughn George Facebook group, and a lot of them are a bit strange because the fact that they like Depeche Mode. And I mean, anyone who liked Depeche Mode was always a bit strange. I think if you're a teenager these days and you like Depeche Mode, you're very strange because you're not only liking strange music, you're liking old music. But yeah, the top 40, hopefully it's something she'll outgrow. But yeah, I do think, you know, I don't like to pass comment on this, but I've been around long enough and I do have my opinions. And I think that, I don't want to say music's gotten worse. There is great music out there, but the great music is not being pushed. What's great music? It's highly debatable. But one thing I will say is, and I think this is true, is that the chart music these days, the so-called top 40, it is absolute tripe. I mean, if you look at top 40 music back in the 80s or those days before, people could always argue that the music that made it into the charts was throwaway and disposable. But if you think of Duran Duran or Boy George or, God, I sound old now, but if you listen to that music or The Police, it had an intelligence to it. It had substance. It wasn't boom, boom, doom, look at homeboys down with the bitches in the club, yo, yo, check my booty ass, boom, boom. It's none of, you know, these days it's all, the chart music, it's all about dancing. It's all about picking up a girl. It's all about boom, 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 and stuff I cannot say on a live broadcast. But you know what I'm getting at. So, but if you listen to, think of, I'm talking about chart music now. Remember, there is great music out there, but the music in the mainstream charts, it's diabolical. Whereas if you compare a lot of music in the mainstream charts, think of People Are People. People Are People. It had a message. Think of Ultravox's Vienna. It had a message. These are songs that had substance by sensitive artists that could produce, perform, and play. It wasn't done by idiots programming music on a fucking laptop, you know, with a mouse. Sorry. But this is just what chart music sounds like to me. It's just absolutely diabolical. And it does scare me. I've got friends who are my age who have children, and they are just horrified by, you know, not only what children have to put up with these days, but just the shit that they're listening to, man. But then again, I suppose this has been every generation's struggle, you know. It's like people always think the younger generation is going to hell. If you take it back, everyone just thinks, oh, you know, our music was better. And but one thing I can say is I do think that, and I'm not talking about modern music, I'm talking about mainstream chart music, you know, in the charts. That has really, really gone backwards. If you take mainstream chart music from the 80s and backwards, it still had substance. But the chart music now, not to be confused with all music, I'm talking about just the mainstream chart music. It is absolutely diabolical these days. Right, rant over. Oh shit, we're live. Right. Let's have a look where we were. So good luck with that, Michael. Good luck with that. Paul says, I have read that conservative Dare are big fans of Depeche Mode. Would it be that it's the spiritual aspect of their music? Could be. That question was brought up to them in an interview some time ago. Well, it could be, but you know, coming back to, you know, Depeche Mode's music, you know, it wasn't all about the groove, and although it does have, there were songs with groove, you know, there are so many, it's so rich, you know, there was production, there was lyrics, there was intention, there's intelligence, there's there's so much in it, there, you know, that we're still talking about these records 30, 40 years later. How many of the current top 40 songs are we going to be discussing in 3 months' time? Vaughn, you're old. I know. Right. Marcus H. Play Depeche Mode as soundtrack of life and everything will be infected. It is the soundtrack to our generation, brother, yes. Mark F says, have you read Gary Numan's latest biography, Revolution? What do you Mark, I'm very embarrassed to say I've not. I did read his last book, which was Praying to the Aliens by Steve Mallons. I did read that, but I have yet to buy Gary Numan's biography. What I love about Gary Numan is not only his music, but I just love his honesty. Yeah, he's one of those people, he's like so honest. You'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. Because there's just no bullshit with him, and I really love that about him. He's a very honest guy. Maybe too honest. Cole Magnuson. Hi Vaughn, I love the Martin Gore slightly over the top story. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I think I've read that comment. It's just popped up here again. Maybe I've lost my space here. Luca says, hi Vaughn, I'm a female Depeche Mode fan from Vilnius. Ah, I don't think I see Depeche Mode differently than male fans. Ah, Luca from Vilnius. So you must be Lithuanian? Labas Kiptu. Labas Kiptu. I used to have a Lithuanian girlfriend. And I can say labas, which is hello, and kiptu, which means how are you. And I used to manage a restaurant which we used to call Jailas. Jailas, which I think is the green restaurant. And then across the way there was the other restaurant which we used to call Rundonas. That's the red restaurant. That's about as much Lithuanian as I can speak. If there are any, I was going to say if there are any guys any brothers or guys in the group here, obviously there are more men on my group than females. Lithuanian women are stunning. Wow. Something in the water there, man. Yeah. There, yeah, they are very stunning. Anyway, let's get back onto topic. Thanks, Luca. Sorry to go off topic there, but I'm glad to see you see Depeche Mode the same way that men do. Right, let's go. Right, yes, and I think this is my Russian friend called George. He goes, "Hello, Vaughn. I believe that most likely you don't like both, but what do you like more, Dream On or Goodbye?" Oh, you're asking if I like the song Dream On, or Goodbye. Goodbye. I find them similar in terms of main riff, so it's interesting to know your taste. I don't really like either of them, to be honest, friend. I think it's George. I think it is. I'd probably say Goodbye is probably slightly better because Dream On's just never really done it for me. I tell you what, Dream On does remind me of. There's that musical interlude between Enjoy the Silence and Policy of Truth. It's called Crucified. And that reminds me, I think it's called Crucified, and that reminds me of Dream On. Now, apparently on the Crucified, that's Fletch going Crucified. He's saying Crucified. He's obviously saying that through a voice modulation something. And then apparently that guitar riff is Dave Gahan playing that. I don't know. That's what I love about this community, man. I learn so much from everyone. Here's a good question from Imran. Who has better hair, Gordino or Wilder? What was it, the L'Oreal advert? Because I'm worth it, with the hair. I don't know. I mean, Alan Wilder had very, very good hair. Although, Gordino, he's got very sexy hair as well, hasn't he? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good topic for a video. Who has better hair, Gordino or Wilder? That's a great question. Peter Makala, hello, brother. Where have you been? As for upcoming Violator B-sides video, yes, I think they're nice, but not good enough for Violator. Violator is perfect as it is, nothing to add, nothing to remove. Peter, that's a very good saying, because a lot of people say songs like Happiest Girl, Sea of Sin, Dangerous are so good they could have, actually been on the Violator album. Now, as for me being the fanboy that I am, and I'm sure a lot of you will agree, Violator is just like a masterpiece. I can't imagine anything being added or being taken away from it. I do think that the B-sides from the Violator period are some of the best B-sides in the entire Depeche Mode catalogue. But I agree with you. I don't think they were necessarily good enough to go into the album. I think if I had to choose out of those B-sides, and I'm giving you a bit of a spoiler for my video, I think the song Dangerous, that could have, if that had to go onto Violator, I think they could have done that, because Violator has 9 tracks. I think if they put Dangerous on there and made it a 10-track album, I don't know where they would have put it within the track listing, because remember, the track listing in Violator is brilliant, just the way it flows. But I think Dangerous, because Dangerous was like a proper song. So yeah, I think Dangerous, if I was going to say put a B-side onto I think Dangerous could have quite easily been a Violator track. But I think Happiest Girl and Sea of Sin, as much as we like them, they're not strong enough to actually be on the album. They do sound like B-sides to me, but Dangerous to me is on par with a lot of the tracks on Violator, I think. Marcus H says, I'm out, bro. Bye. Was it something I said? No worries, brother. I'll catch you on the next one. Xcaxi 1971 says, VG, has Gore ever spoken about his dental work? Like, were his teeth troubling him badly? I remember one of my subscribers saying he preferred Martin when he was drunk and he had bad teeth. The subscriber said to me, when Martin got his teeth done, became sober, he was never as good. This is what my subscriber said. And it's an interesting thing because, yeah, Martin had really, really, really dodgy teeth. I mean, if you watch the music video to Somebody, I want somebody to share, and he's singing at the screen like that, his teeth were really, really bad, but it kind of suited him in a way. He's got really Martin Gore's got like a real sort of Hollywood smile. He's got these big white teeth. Yeah, he looks better, but he had really bad teeth. Fletch actually said this in an interview that Martin used to have very bad teeth. But then again, it kind of suited him. I'd never noticed it. But yeah, I mean, Martin Gore is now worth, depending on the source, but I think he's worth £80 million. So, if you've got that kind of money and your teeth are bad, you fix them. So, yeah. Right, Cole says, Hey Jude, the Beatles. Hey Jude, da 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 da. What are you smoking, brother? You're going off topic. If you're off topic, you're in the right place here. Yeah, Hey Jude. Great song, but overplayed, man. Die Auswerk Wander Doku says, sorry, I did not post the cover. It doesn't matter too in the VG Facebook group. Oh, you posted it in the group, not on here. I get you. Okay, I will find that. Peter says, also, Vaughn, how do you feel that maybe the COVID relating thing... How do you feel that maybe the COVID relating thing you could keep... Oh, you say I'm making people smile during the COVID period. Okay, thank you. I always aim to make people smile, whether it's COVID or not. So that was always my thing in school. I was always the guy who made people happy. And it's really draining sometimes, you know what I mean? But I do it because it's what I want to do. It's not. I don't do it to look good. It's just the way I am. Okay, Matt Porter. Hello, Matt. Where is your review on the new MG EP? Ah, yes, Matt. You've obviously just joined. I did mention. Dun, 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 dun. That's the melody from Howler, by the way. Yes, I will do a review on that soon. It's going to be quite easy to review that because it's not a very complex album. And I don't mean that badly, but it's not the... Look, very often when I review stuff, I play it on the piano. And that's not... You can't play that on the piano, so it'll be easy. It'll be a quick review. Right. Imran, hello again. Primal Scream opening for... Oh, it's popular now. I've lost you. Everyone's coming very quickly now. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm falling behind here. I'm waffling too much here. Okay, let's do some quick fire ones. Oh my god, I'm really falling behind now. Sorry, man. I didn't realize there's like a whole page of messages here. Oh, I better get my ass in gear here. Wow. Okay. I've just like realized there are like tons and tons of messages here. Right. Okay. So let's go right through these as quickly as we can. Bum 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 bum. You see, it's just that I'm very conscious. I'm trying to answer every question. Okay. Okay, Cole Magnuson says, Vaughn, did or does VC know note theory? Oh, you're asking me, does Vince Clarke know note theory? No, I don't think so. I know that, and Cole's basically asking, does Vince Clarke and Martin Gore, do they know note theory? Meaning, can they read notes and stuff? Martin Gore, no. I know this because when I when I met Martin Gore many years ago, that was one of the first questions I asked him. I said, did you have classical training? And he went, no. He's just completely self-taught. That's what inspired me. I just thought, if Martin Gore can do it, I can do it. Not that I'm Martin Gore, but that I'm always inspired by people who kind of, very often you see these people, they're like from rich, privileged backgrounds, and they get all the privileges in life, but I was inspired by someone like Martin Gore, who came from a working class family in Basildon in Essex, and he taught himself everything, and that was a huge inspiration for me and still is. So Martin Gore can't read music, no. Vince Clarke, self-taught as well. Maybe he's taught himself too, but there's no reason for them to be reading music. Both of them are not classically trained, but they've done really, really well. The people I've known in life that have done the best have never been to university, and the people I know in the music industry that have done the best have never had a piano lesson or a music lesson in their life. Well, that's not true. A lot of them have had foundational lessons but I don't know of any friends I know who've got grade 8 piano who are, have gone on to be concert pianists. So it's a very interesting thing, and it's something I talk about in my coaching a lot is you can teach yourself a lot. I saw a thing with Elon Musk the other day, where he was just saying, don't waste your time going to college. You can teach yourself anything. And I'm not telling you not to study. If you want to go to college, that's a good thing. But just understand that if you cannot afford college or university, there's a lot you can do, man. You can really teach yourself a lot. Don't ever feel that because you can't go to university or stuff that you're going to be hindered in this life. As I say, a lot of people I know a lot of my friends who I know who have done great things have never been to university or college. A lot of them dropped out in school. Life skills, man. It's all about life skills. Right, this is the next question here. Nigel Henshaw, hello. Erasure was a superb album. At the time, they said it was the album they always wanted to make for themselves. Yes, I do think that the Erasure was really like, some people felt like they were taking themselves too seriously, but it was really an album I feel like they made for themselves. I think that's a very good way to put it. Bird says, woke up late. Hello. Hello, Bird. Yeah, good to see you again. Love Spy. Please let us know your thoughts on the group Secession. I've heard the name, but I haven't heard any of the music. Sorry. You can send me some links. I'll gladly listen. Sean Meyer. Hello, Sean. Sean says, hi, Vaughn. Are you a fan of the industrial rock band Skinny Puppy? I'm not really a Skinny Puppy fan. I've heard a bit of it, and look, it's one of those things. I think it's a time thing. I think if you listen to a lot, music like that has to grow on you, and I just haven't given it the time. But I do know that Skinny Puppy has a tremendous following, and now they have a lot of respect. But it's just not quite my thing. Ministry Sister, Machine Gun, and Gravity Kills. Saw Stabbings, Westwood Open for Depeche Mode. Saw Stabbing Westwood Open for Depeche Mode in 1994 and 1998 tour. Amazing. Stabbing Westwood. Yeah, brother, you've obviously got better taste in music than me, because I'm not familiar with who that is. But if you drop me some links, I will have a listen. Thank you. Murray Nathan, you say, I grew up in the 80s, and at the time Depeche Mode was popular with teen girls who liked to dance. Yes. When Black Celebration was released, they became popular with sullen boys like myself. That's very true, actually. I think, yeah, they were very poppy. And I think a lot of the girls that sort of liked them because of that poppiness kind of followed them later on. It's hard to say, but I know a lot of my friends who are Depeche Mode fans, and they, you know, a lot of them are very grumpy kind of people, like myself. Nice people, but grumpy. Cole Magnuson said, Black Celebration destroyed me in a very pleasant way. Yeah. Cell Jr., Alan Wilder, Peter Hook, Johnny Marr should start a band. I tell you what, Cell Jr., that is a very... that'll be one hell of a band. Peter Hook, Johnny Marr, and... yeah. Peter Hook, Johnny Marr, and Alan Wilder. Yeah. Agree. It's Melanie. Hello, darling. How are you? It's good to see you. Melanie, you're one of my patron members. Are you going to be on the Zoom chat tomorrow night? Anyone here, just to let you know, if you're one of my patron members, just to let you know, just to remind you that tomorrow, 7 p.m. UK time, I am going to be interviewing. Well, I've interviewed him before. Christian from Forced to Mode, the lead singer from Forced to Mode. I've interviewed him on the channel before, but on my Patreon channel tomorrow, he's going to come onto a Zoom chat exclusively for Patreon members, and he's going to... Oops. Nearly knocked the computer off. And Christian's going to meet the Patreon members on the live Zoom chat tomorrow, so that'll be a nice way to hang out. Murray Nathan says, Vaughn, I love your song Cold. It's an incredible orgy of synth sounds. Thank you, Nathan. Nathan's talking about the song I released. My first Vorti album I released in 2014, and the album was called Love and Industry, and Cold is a song from that album. I'll be honest with you, I'm proud of that album, but I've never really pushed it. I get a lot of people like yourself will hear some of the songs I've done, and they'll say they like the songs, and you know, why am I not promoting it? And I don't know. I guess I just don't want to be pushy with my own material. But I'm glad you like it, Murray. And I mean, if you can share it and promote it, that's a lot easier for me. Thank you. It's very difficult to. I always find this. It's very difficult to promote your own product because, you know, well, for me it is, because, you know, I never want to come across as a pushy, ignorant arsehole. But I mean, I having said that, I even found that with Gareth Jones, you know, he's an incredibly talented artist, and he's just excuse me, guys. Sorry, I just want to. I'm just requesting a drink because yeah, I need a drink, but I'm just texting. Yeah, good service in this house, in the studio. What was I saying? God, I should have some breakfast soon. Yeah, I just don't like pushing my own product too much. It's like, even with Gareth, when he released his his album, which we're printing on vinyl now, he was saying it's very difficult for you to say to people, oh, check out my new album, it's great. And it's important that when you release your music, you do believe it's great. And it's that fine line between believing in your product but not coming across as a wanker, you know. But thank you, Murray. I appreciate the shout out. Bird, hello. I love the name Bird. Bird. Saw last concert of New Order with Peter Hook in 2006. Saw him in Hollywood with his son too. Carlos Garcia. Hello, Carlos. Hello, free-spirited music lovers from foggy, soggy California. Foggy's. Oh, does I can't believe that. You see, to me in California, the sun always shines, as far as I'm concerned. But hello to you in foggy, soggy California. Murray Nathan, tell us about the cover of My Angel. Is that an original photograph? Oh, you're my angel. I tell you what, Murray, I should get you to promote me. You seem to, you're always asking about the Vorty stuff. I tell you what, Murray, we do all our, we do as much of the artwork ourselves. But I've got a great new designer who did the last one for VG's Remember Me. He did that, and my next track, basically, Murray, the Vorty album, which is called The Yearning, which was meant to come out last year. My Angel was meant to be the first single to promote that album. And then the next single, which is coming out to promote that album, is called Sleeping Dogs. And that's going to come out soon-ish. And that will all come onto an album, which is, I think it's got 12 tracks. And the album is called The Yearning. We're getting there. But I appreciate this, man, because you're kind of, your interest is kind of pushing me to get it finished. And we'll get there. I mean, I love this channel that I'm doing, but it just takes so much of my time. But I do hope we'll get it to a point where I can start offsetting some of the work to other people. And I'm always looking for people in the community. Everyone that I'm working with, I have found through the community. I believe in supporting the community. And I've got some great people in this community. I really love you guys. I really, really do. Right, let's have a look here. Rowan Tree says, hi Vaughn, only just made it. Well, welcome, rather late than ever. David Watford, Vaughn, have you heard of Color Theory Awesome synth music with the piano sounds? David, send me the links, brother. info@vorty.com, please. Peter says, looking forward to the new Gary Numan album, but it's time for change. I want the next one to be produced by Alan. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that said before as well. I think Gary has used, I think the last producer he used before Flood was a producer, not Flood, what's he called? Oh God, what's Gary Numan's producer called? Aid Fenton. The last producer on the Jagged album was, I think the producer was called Sulfur. It's his name, Sulfur. But I think for the last 5 or 6 albums, Gary has only been using Aid, and it's, it's a winning formula. Some people have commented that it's time for a change. I don't know, but yeah, I suppose with Gary it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, and he is on the top of his game at the moment, so. Melanie says, I personally think the best thing Wilder can do is to stay away and let his legacy live on. Everyone expects him to do something. Yeah, I think you're right, Melanie. In fact, I saw, just going off topic a little bit, I saw an interview with Bjorn and Benny from ABBA. Oh, I love ABBA, by the way. Huge ABBA fan. I mean, everyone loves ABBA. And they were asking, this must have been about 10 years ago, even longer, and they were asking him, they said, oh, will ABBA ever make a comeback? And they went, nah. They said, no, that was a time, we'll leave it there. Fast forward to recent years, I've been hearing rumors of ABBA making a comeback and doing, something, you might think, why they're going to do that? Is it for the money? I doubt it. It's probably more for self-actualization, because they've obviously made a lot of money. But then you think, you probably just want to leave it where it was. It was a time, and so I can see where Melanie's going. I think just leave your legacy, because the thing is, Alan will come back, and it'll either be spectacular or it'll be disappointing. And the way he's left it now, because he left Depeche Mode when they were on an absolute high. That is why we're still having this conversation. If he left Depeche Mode after they'd done an album like Spirit, we wouldn't be talking about him anymore. But it's just because he was there in the peak. And yeah, it's a bit like Woody Allen said. It's a little bit off topic. If you guys ever watched the movie Vicky Cristina Barcelona with Penelope Cruz, Scarlett Johansson, I forget the guy's name, but yeah, and it's a Woody Allen film, and one of the lines Woody Allen says is, "Only unfulfilled love can be truly passionate." I'll say it again. Only unfulfilled love can be truly passionate. And it's that yearning for someone you can't have. And it's that what you can't have, that yearning. And that's what makes it truly passionate. Only unfulfilled love can be truly passionate. That's a Woody Allen saying. And it's off topic, but it's kind of, it is related to this topic of, if Alan came back now, it would either be great or it would be disappointing. And I think if Alan came back now, it would kind of be like, okay, there'd be a lot to prove, but it would be, I don't know, it's very difficult to say. It would either just be great or it would be disappointing. So let's just leave it at that. Andy, hi Vaughn, loved the Espen Craft reaction video. Oh, thank you. Wondering whether you were going to mention it. Any current music groups in the spirit of Depeche Mode, but not imitations like... I see what you're saying. You want to ask me if there's any bands I recommend that are in the kind of Depeche Mode thing. Well, I'm going to do a bit of self-promotion. Yeah, if you listen to the latest Vorty one, My Angel, it always gets compared to something from Depeche Mode, although that was not the intention. I think it's subconsciously rubbed off. So also check out Assemblage 23. Once again, doesn't sound like Depeche Mode, but people who like Depeche Mode will like it. So yeah, Assemblage 23, definitely. And Vorty, of course. You'll love the new Vorty stuff. I hope you will. Carlos Garcia. Oh, okay. You're just talking to Bird. Peter, maybe being a young fan of Depeche Mode nowadays is the same as before. You just additionally upload pictures of you listening. Okay. Rusty, college radio plays some awesome independent tracks from unknown bands. Yeah, I should get in touch with them. Nina Wilder, love your rant about current crap music. Horrible, agreed. Yeah, man. Nina, I know that's a I know Nina is a pen name. I know that's not your real name, so forgive me. You did tell me once, but I can't remember. But Nina Wilder, I know you've been here since the beginning. Thank you. Yeah, man, I don't like to rant on about the state of current, but you know something, it's kind of like you've got to look at things sometimes and just go, look, I'm not against current music. I'm not, because I hear a lot of current music that I really like. I just hate what is being forced down our throats by the mainstream. That is TV, anything. I am very, very anti-mainstream, and that's not to be an anarchist. I love the fact that YouTube is becoming so powerful, and you know, places like the BBC are really having to rethink the way they do their things, because the BBC to me are just like, that's our British Broadcast Corporation. They're just a terribly biased, impartial organization, and I love seeing but in America you've got the same problem, you know, big things like CNN, and they just, I don't know, and people don't trust the mainstream anymore. And that's what I love about this new movement of, you know, YouTube, and people just have so much more choice to kind of go, okay, well, this stuff that, it's like we're saying to the mainstream, this stuff that you're feeding us, we can see it's bullshit. I see through your bullshit. I'm going to make my own choice. If you like the bullshit that they're feeding you, go for it. That's your choice as well. But it's great that these days we actually have the choice. We never had this choice in the 80s and the 90s, and before that it was just like there was the mainstream, but we have such choice these days. And the positive side to that is we can create our own movements, as to what we want to hear. We don't need to listen to fucking Nicki Minaj or whatever they're pushing in the mainstream. Right, Adam, getting to you all here, guys. I'll try and get as many of you as possible. Adam says, "Hi Vaughn, have you ever heard Rush 1994 live version? And what did you think about it? It was played during the Exotic tour." Yes, Adam, you're right. Depeche Mode's Rush 1994. I remember that well when I went to see Depeche Mode in the Standard Bank Arena in 1994. It was in January. And the Exotic, usually in the devotional tour, it started off with Higher Love. That was kind of the set, and then the curtains would drop, and then it was Policy of Truth, World in My Eyes, and whatnot. But the Exotic tour, most of the shows kicked off with Rush. That was the opening song, and I do love the atmospheric, the kind of atmospheric sounds preceding that song. It was amazing, yeah. It did have like a techno-y kind of intro. You're right. Gordon says, "Please tell me your music alter egos. I know your VG Retro Future." Oh, bless you. Thanks, Gordon. Gordon, you want to know what my music egos are? Gordon, I'm going to give you guys a dirty secret here. I used to release music under the name of Vaughn Mixer. If you Google up Vaughn Mixer, you will find lots of dance music. And there's some very sort of happy, hardcore, kind of Cascada sounding music. Forgive me. I was never successful in that genre because I think I was just doing it to be successful. I've always been more of an underground kind of taste. So check out Vaughn Mixer. I also have another alias I went by. I was called Static Dissection, and that was like underground dance music. So you can check out Vaughn Mixer. The next thing to check out is Static Dissection. My very first album I released in 1997 was an album called 2021, which is this year now. Sorry, it was released in 1996, but the album was called 2021. And if you Google up In Unison 2021, you will find that. And then, of course, there's Vorti, which is Vorti, like naughty with a V, and then just VG. So those, of course, the only music I release now is all under VG and Vorti. I hope that answers your question. But thanks for your interest, Gordon. Rusty. Rap was great in the 80s to the mid-90s. Yeah, you're right. Rap has become crap these days. Yeah, it was much better in the 80s than the 90s. I agree with you. But then again, I can't really say that because remember, there's so much stuff out these days you can't hear it, and you can do searches on Spotify and things like that. But I know what you mean, brother. Dave says, "I feel like music nowadays sounds the same." Well, it does, and there's many reasons for that, because there's this whole thing of, look, producers have always inspired and influenced each other, but especially these days there seems to be this thing of follow the follower, where it's and this goes back to sort of like the music industry, sort of like especially in the 90s, with the starting, with the advent of boy bands and things like that, where it was like, oh, this song is popular, let's copy it. So they'll, if something comes out and is popular, you'd get these hit factories where they've got like 5 songwriters, 3 producers, it's like 20 people to produce a fucking song, 10 people write it, and 10 people produce it, it's a ridiculous amount. Then they've got like someone singing it, but the person singing it is not the person in the music video. It's just completely insincere and disingenuous. And then, they put it out, and it's like, I don't know, man. I'm old-fashioned. I like things to just be a little bit more real, and I see a lot of that coming back these days. Authenticity, not in the mainstream though. Not in the mainstream. Hey, man, we should all collaborate here and just do a album called "Fuck the Mainstream." And just, what do you think? Like a real underground kind of collaboration. Let's have a go. But yeah, music, and there is a reason for it all sounding the same. Is because everyone's using the same equipment. A lot of the earlier artists, they had to, if I think of early OMD, Paul Humphreys used to build his own synthesizers, and with necessity being the mother of invention, you had to try a lot harder. Whereas these days it's like, oh, what's the latest software plugin? Everyone buys it, costs $100, and they all sound great, and then everyone's just copying each other. And not everyone, but it's just a lot easier these days, man. And there's a lot more stuff out there, so you've got to just try a lot harder to find the stuff that resonates with you. Right. Anders, hello brother. Anders, you're part of my Patreon community. Make sure you log in tomorrow night, 7 p.m. UK time. You're going to meet Christian from Forced to Mode. So I'll see you there tomorrow, brother. Anders says, new songs are almost all based on the supersonic note. Example, D in the C major scale. Yeah, you're right. It's all so predictable. And they've got this thing these days with pop music, which they're calling I think they call it the millennial whoop, where it's like, whoa, whoa. It's real sort of like, it's 3 notes, and there's a musical explanation as to why people like it. I just think I just call, I've got a friend. He just said he's a producer. He's a very talented guitarist, and he actually just said, mainstream pop music these days is basically just music for stupid people. That's what he said. It's music for dumbasses. It doesn't challenge you. It's just crap. But yeah, that's where we are. But thank God we have the power. You can turn it on or you can turn it off. And hopefully you just turn it off and choose something that resonates with you more. It's Melanie. Hello. Melanie says, in Germany, the music industry covers the same topics all over and over again. So that a comedian made an equally bad song with all the stupid topics. Translated, people, life, dancing, world, and perfect. The world is... Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah. Murray Nathan. Hello, brother. Once again, you say, I find people love the music that was playing when they had their... Murray says he finds that people prefer the music they had when they had a lot of hair in their heads and a flat stomach. Yeah, I think that's a lot of true, very true. Fortunately, this is a wig. I just stick it on, but I know what you mean, Murray. I think we like the music that we grew up with, and I think it's because it's, as you get older, things become a little, I don't know, maybe just become a bit more boring. And this is why people have said to me, especially with the Depeche Mode, they say, Vaughn, do you think Depeche Mode's music has gotten worse? And I never answer the question, because my honest answer to that question is I honestly don't enjoy Depeche Mode's new albums as much as I did the older stuff. Now, but then I have to say to myself, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older. Because, when the older stuff came out, when this stuff came out in the 90s, I was younger, and that was kind of my party years. So the years that I used to party. So it's a very good question, and I like to always think before I just answer something. And I try to give an intelligent answer. Not an intellectual answer, but an informed answer, rather than just say, something sucks. I'd like to, I like to think before I answer. Oh, my drink has just arrived. Thank you, my dear. Cheers, guys. What's the time now? Oh, I haven't had breakfast yet, but I'm going to have a drink. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. You guys are really the best, man. If you had told me 3 years ago I would have a bunch of people that would listened to me speak, I would have not believed you. So, and that's not putting myself down, but I'm just really blessed to have this community. So here's to you, my good friends. Right, let's have a look. Anders Larsen, super tonic, not to be mixed with gin and tonic. Absolutely, brother. Right, Black Energy Keeper. I don't know if someone asked you this, but being from South Africa, what's your opinion on the Antwoord? Oh my god, that's scary. I'll probably get lynched. You know something? What's my opinion on the Antwoord? Wow. I put it to you this way, being from South Africa, I mean, I've lived in England longer than I lived in South Africa, but I'm glad I grew up in South Africa because I think growing up there gives you an edge. Growing up in Africa is very, very different. You guys are going to get to see a little bit more into me now, but I know when I first came over here to this country, people would talk about problems they're having. And then I would go, oh, these are first world problems. Because there are certain things growing up in South Africa that I saw that... And I just get the feeling that... I don't know, it's very difficult to say because I grew up in a different way to people, and there were things I saw that, you know, people here haven't seen, and which I think gives you an edge, and that is why when I came to England here, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but it took me a while to kind of zone into the mindset here, because it was kind of like everything just seemed really shallow and kind of like, oh, okay, is that important to you? And people getting really like freaked out about things that weren't, you know, people would get like really freaked out about little things that weren't important. And so my dad and I came up with this saying, we'd go, those are first world problems, you know, because we were from a third world country, South Africa. Having said that, there were a lot of things I felt in South Africa that are still better than here, you know, technological wise. So yeah, I know I'm going really off topic here, but so when I saw the Antwoord getting so famous, and I watched that, I was just a bit like, you must be fucking kidding me. I just couldn't believe it. However, I do like the fact that it is so individual. It is just like, so, like, this is what we are. I give them 10 out of 10 for authenticity and not giving a shit. And I think it's just difficult for me because, and you wouldn't understand this because you're not from South Africa, but if you had told me 10 years ago, before they became famous, that this was going to be international, I would have laughed at you. I would have not think it was possible. However, I can see why there is the appeal. I can see why people look at it and go, this is outstanding, because it is so different to anything out there. So it's very fucking scary. But yeah, I don't have a bad opinion of it. I'm just very, very shocked to see that it got to the level that it did. I mean, it really, really broke through. And I think if there are any South Africans in this chat now, they will understand what I mean. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly better than Michael Bublé and Nicki Minaj and all that stuff. Yeah, Michael Bublé, bless him. What a lovely fellow. But yeah, it's just, all that middle of the road crap. But yeah, die Antwoord, what can I say? And die Antwoord, that's how you say it in Afrikaans. That means the answer in Afrikaans. So yeah, man, scary stuff. Very, very scary. Scarier than Marilyn Manson and all. You know, Marilyn Manson, all that stuff's quite scary. And there was a band I did a remix for once called Combi Christ. And I was invited to one of their gigs. Yeah, man, they're scary as well. But the Antwoord to me are genuinely scary. There is something really unsettling about it and creepy. But yeah, full respect to them. They get you thinking, unlike a lot of mainstream pop tripe. Keep going, the Antwoord. Right. You guys must give me 10 out of 10 for always giving a long, detailed answer. I always over-answer things. Don't leave any detail out. Right, let's have a see what else we've got here. I don't know if someone... Harry Witt says, I can't relate to anyone my own age, music-wise, being 22. Okay, Harry, you're 22 and you say you can't relate to anyone your age. Yep. You go, I was brought up on Ultravox, Talk, New Order, and wouldn't want it any other way. Modern pop is shit. Well, thank you, brother. I mean, I'm assuming it was your parents that listened to that, and they've obviously taught you well. But it's like, I see this in my group as well a lot. I have, there's a few teenagers in the Vaughn George group, and in fact, there were a couple of students I was coaching recently. They're from Berlin, Annabelle and Hannah, and they were just saying to me that because they liked Depeche Mode, I think they're about 16 or something, and they were saying the fact that they like Depeche Mode makes them look really weird, not only because it's old music, you know, but because it's such strange music. But they were also saying they cannot zone. They were saying that they felt like they were born in the wrong generation and they cannot zone into. And I find this, you know, with Depeche Mode fans and people who like that kind of music, it's like the goths. You know, when you see the goths, you see these people in black and you think they look scary. These are usually the most gentle, reflective, self-aware people out there, you know. And I often find this, you know, you can't put all people in a box, but if you were to generalize, if you take a lot of Depeche Mode type fans, and indeed a lot of the music we discuss on this channel, people who like that kind of music are usually very, very deep as human beings. They're quite sensitive, intelligent, witty. They're all these things, and that is why I've quite often I've said it as a joke, but you know when you say there are many truths spoken in jest. Whenever I talk about Depeche Mode and people say it sucks, then I just usually think, well, it's because you're too stupid to understand it. You know what I mean? It's just because there is a depth to it that I think goes over most people's heads. Because it's not boom, 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 shake that booty, yeah. You know, there is a depth to it. There really is. So yeah, Harry, you got good taste, man. But I don't mean that in a condescending way. I just think what you like is what I like, brother. So, you know, don't apologize for it. Gordon says, me again. What do you think about John Fox, Metamatic? John Fox, you know, John Fox is, to me, he's one of those people. I call him. He's an icon of the icons. Gary Numan is a huge fan of Ultravox with the John Fox Ultravox. So John Fox was he's one of those icons that a lot of people that we call icons look up to. He's kind of like a David Bowie in his own way. So yeah, Metamatic, great album. Adam Heinrich says, haha, I told you that this is Crucified. Yeah, you're talking about the... Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think you're probably one of the people on YouTube who told me what that musical interlude between Endure the Silence and Policy of Truth. I never knew it was called Crucified. And I never knew... Crucified! I never knew what it was said, so thank you for pointing that out. Oh, yeah. He's got set point, yeah. Because to me, I thought it was the set point. I don't know. And then Adam Heinrich said to me, no. It's not the set point, it's crucified. And now that I know that, I'm like, of course it's crucified. How could I have not heard that? But anyway, thanks for pointing that out to me, Adam. Olga, hello. Olga says, hey, you've just joined the stream. How are you doing, Vaughn? Olga, I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for joining. No complaints. David Watwood, Vaughn, you should do an episode on Chris Lowe, one of my all-time favorites. You know something, David? I was listening to I've Got the Brains, You've Got the Looks, Let's Make Lots of Money. I was listening to that this morning, and I was actually thinking I need to do more stuff on Pet Shop Boys, but actually, you're right. We should talk about Chris Lowe more, because Chris Lowe was there's a guy who was classically trained, and then went on to learn synthesizers and synthesis, and he's a real genius. Underrated, I think. Underrated. Secret Symphony. Did Fletch ever play any bass on a Depeche Mode record? No, he didn't. I doubt it. Possibly live, but no, not on the records. Rusty X 2010. Have you seen the John Cusack movie called High Fidelity? No, I haven't. I know of it, but I haven't seen it. Christopher Lockwood. Huge Depeche Mode fan here. And I'm sorry to say I did not buy their last album. Christopher, you know something, and I've said this, and I say it with respect. I don't say it. I think you have a responsibility that when you're reviewing stuff to be as honest as you can be. And the Spirit album, people know, and I've tried to like it. I don't hate it. I think the word I used to describe Spirit was disappointing. It was a disappointing album. But yeah, I know a lot of people who just didn't buy it as well. So, and I've got my Russian friend George back again. He said, yes, it's George, yes. My Ruski friend George. He said, I agree, Crucified, Dream On, and Goodbye do sound very related in terms of guitar. According to Wiki, it's Dave playing that interlude. Okay, so you know something? Here's a tip from a fool. If I was to give Depeche Mode some advice, and who the hell am I to give advice? But if I was a friend and they said to me, Vaughn, what do you think? I would say, okay, as a friend, this is what I think you should do on your next tour. Stop playing drums on every single song. You can play the... Why don't you put Christian Eigner behind the keyboards? Because there's actually a video where he's actually playing the piano and Dave and Martin are singing. So he's a very good piano player. Why not put him on the keyboards? Because Fletch doesn't do anything. We all know Fletch doesn't actually do anything. There, I just said it. Yeah, put him on the keyboards, and then, for songs like World in My Eyes, and but then songs like I Feel You, Never Let Me Down Again, those rocky songs, then put him out on the drums. Just change the dynamics of it again. Let Dave Gahan play guitar. Imagine if Dave Gahan picked up a guitar and played some songs on guitar. They just need to mix it up a little bit. You see, I think that since Exciter, for the last 20 years, their stage setup has just been too much alike. It's the same thing every time. It's Martin over there on the keyboards, then he plays the guitar, then it's Gordino on the bass every now and then for 2 songs. It's too much of the same thing. Just mix it up a bit. I really think they have got a lot. They've got so much talent and versatility and resources that they really should mix it up a bit. Gordino, go play some keyboards, then go down and play some drums. Just mix it up a bit, and get Dave Gahan to play the guitar. Why not? Why not? Do different versions of different songs. Do a song like Here Is the House and get Gahan to play some guitar on it. I don't know, just mix it up, man. Yeah. Right. George also says there's a nice little jam from them making the Sounds of the Universe episodes. Yeah. And Dave plays Martin's Gretsch. You see, this is what I'm saying, guys. It's just I just really think they need to just... But the thing is, no one's going to tell them this. I'll tell them. But who the hell am I? And I say this from a place of love. I mean, I love the band. I love them. I mean, come on. my whole channel is based on them. So I don't mean any disrespect on this, but I just think they really need to mix it up a bit, because it's become I think if they go out again and they do the same thing, it's just going to become stale. I really think they need to, just mix it up a bit. Get Fletch on a tambourine, man. There we go. Fletch on the tambourine. It's kind of clapping, but it's actually doing something. You know what I mean? Right, let's have a look here. Christopher Lockwood says, there is an old interview with Gore, which he said that People Are People was a bit preachy and political. And I definitely feel that way about Where's the Revolution. That's interesting for Martin to say People Are People is a bit preachy and political. I mean, geez. I mean, their last album was very, very preachy and political. I remember actually in the interviews with people like Dave Gahan and Martin Gore coming up, and they were saying, oh, all this drama in the world with Trump, and I was just like, guys, I love you, but please don't go there. I didn't need to hear Depeche Mode and talking about politics. Whatever your feelings are on Trump and whatever, I just didn't need to hear Depeche Mode. I'm trying to avoid politics here, but there is just a real annoying thing that really annoyed me recently in politics, was all these celebrities coming out going, Trump is this and Trump is... And I was just like, oh, fuck off. Yeah, we know you don't like Trump. You just... it almost like... It was like everyone had to come out and voice their disapproval for Trump, to get their point, to virtue signal, to show what a great person they were. And I was just like, oh, fuck off. I'm not interested in your politics. You're an entertainer, and I just didn't... I mean... I believe everyone should be entitled to their opinions, but I just didn't want to see Martin and Dave there talking about Trump, because I thought, oh my God, now you're just sounding like everyone else. I'm out of here. But yeah, it's quite funny how he said People Are People was too preachy, and there they go, release an album which was very political. But then again, I give it to them. They always want to do something different. And Depeche Mode are well known for always doing different, changing their approach. And I think releasing an album that was political, if that was something Martin wanted to express, absolutely. However, I think if they did it again, I would definitely not be invested in it, So it'd be interesting to see what the next album's about. Rusty. Oh, just as I thought I'm getting to the end of the questions, some more pop up. God, you guys aren't going to let me go. I'm enjoying this though, guys, and thank you for popping up and spending some time with me. Let me just get back to where I was. Okay. Rusty says, just think if Freddie Mercury had fixed his teeth. Well, some people have asked me the question. They said, Vaughn, do you think that since Martin has fixed his teeth, it has changed the way he sang? And they might... I mean, let's get very super duper philosophical about this. Is when you sing, your body resonates, and the sound of your voice is determined by the physiology of your the thickness of your vocal folds, and also the shape of your head and your nasal cavity. So would changing his teeth have an influence on the way his voice sounded? Well, I'll bring it back to Barbra Streisand. Barbra Streisand, who to me is always a beautiful woman, she never liked her nose. But I believe someone told me the reason she never liked her nose, but she never went for plastic surgery, was because if she changed her nose, it would change the way her voice sounds. Because this is a very real thing. If the way your face is formed has a fundamental sound on your voice. It really does. So if you go and have a nose job, it's going to change the sound of your voice. It's debatable, but I believe this to be true. So if he changed his teeth, would it change his voice? I don't know so much, but it could have a change on his pronunciation, and It could be. But yeah, Freddie Mercury had pretty bad teeth as well. I do remember that now that you mentioned. Peter says 9 Inch Nails have a whole album about dental work. With the teeth. Can I just say, I love you guys. People on this community have got such a great sense of humor. Sal Jr. says, Vaughn, do you support Arsenal like Martin or Chelsea like Fletch? I don't like football, Sal Jr. I'm not a fan. I do remember when I met Martin Gore back in 2000 or 2001. We spoke about football, and he said he was an Arsenal fan. Yeah, he has a bad joke. I have friends who are Arsenal fans, and I usually say to them, I've seen a urinal, but I've never seen an Arsenal. Thank you very much. We're here all week. Yep, I will not be quitting my day job soon to be a comedian anytime soon. You'll be pleased to hear. Okay, Nathan says, every time I hear the Zombies song, Time of the Season, I think that Depeche Mode song, I really wish they would do a cover of it. Yeah, I agree with that. It would be a perfect duet for Martin and Dave. Yeah, very true. MyFest says, hey Vaughn, hope you're fine. Thank you. Hello to you too. This is Federico from Italy/Denmark. I have a violator question. Are there any official info about the songs that have been recorded in Milan versus Puck or DK? Oh, I think you're asking because when they did Violator, they recorded in different studios. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, you're asking which songs were recorded in Milan versus Puck versus DK. I don't know. I think there's a lot of information round about that period that just went missing. And I mean, one of the biggest mysteries about the World Violation or Violator in that period was, why was it never released as a live DVD? And apparently it was because the band were never happy with any of the performances. So yeah, I'm very disappointed that was never released. There is some live footage on DepecheMode.com of the World Violation tour, and that footage sounds fine to me. And I just thought, surely there must be enough there for them to work on, even if it's released as kind of like an official unofficial, but anyway. Right, we've got quite a few questions to get through here. Let's see what we can get through here. Yes. Okay, David Watwood says, Vaughn, maybe you can get Gareth and Daniel Miller for a sit-down interview for an album about Sunroof. Ah, you've read my mind. I've already mentioned this. There is news. Gareth Jones will be joining me on my Patreon channel soon, as a special guest. So if there's any of you want to join my Patreon community, you can meet Gareth Jones in there. So it'll be a Zoom chat, and you can meet up with him and ask him any questions you want to. But yeah, Daniel is a very private man. He's living in Berlin at the moment. I did have a bit of a fanboy moment the other day because obviously my label Agro Monkey Records, we're pressing the vinyls for Gareth's new album, Electrogenetic, and so I got an email. I get an email every morning with any sales we've made, and I got a sale from I forget the name. It was something Miller. Anyway, and when I clicked on it, it was Daniel Miller. And I went, oh my god, Daniel Miller came to the Agro Monkey store and bought a vinyl. I had a bit of a fanboy moment there, but yeah. So yeah, no, I think if Daniel's, I'd like to interview Daniel someday. I'm hoping that Gareth will make an introduction for me, because I want to just do a chat to him about Mute, and there's a lot to talk to Daniel about. I mean, I think Mute Records is one of the most important record labels in electronic music history. them and Factory Records, I think. Right. Muse31 says, hey Vaughn, the DM 5.1 remastered albums, are they worth getting? Yes, I have not heard them in the sort of... Look, you'd need to listen to it in a proper 5.1 situation, but I've heard very, very good reviews on them. So yes, I think they are worth getting, definitely, if you're into that. If you're a fan, definitely. David Watwood, when it comes to industrial music, Nitzareb and Front 242 are the best. Correct, those are big names in the industrial music scene. Melanie says you will try to join the meeting tomorrow. Yes, I hope to see you there, Melanie. Mohammed, hello brother. Mohammed says, Pimp Stjarna or Schwerna, as the not the Germans, the Swedish say Schwerna. Agent Orange, Mephisto, or Sabling, which is my favorite one out of those? Pimp, Agent Orange. I'd have to go with Pimp. Dun 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 dun. Boom. Yeah, definitely Pimp. Murray Nathan, let's start a petition for Martin Gore to make the next Counterfeit album all Jimmy Buffett covers. The album can end with Martin's laughter. I should actually do a Counterfeit Martin Gore album where I just do a lot of songs with just Martin laughing. Imagine if we do like, here's an example. Imagine we take remember that popcorn song? But we do it with Martin's laugh. So that was quite funny, wasn't it? Don't get me. Oh, that is so stupid. I like stupid jokes, as you can see. But yeah, I couldn't make a career as a comedian, as you can see. Right. Renee says this has been quite long. Yes, it has. How long have we been on for? Quite a while. Carlos Garcia. Okay. When she is a free spirit and you want to, she has many loves on... Oh, I see. You're referring to an earlier comment. Yeah, I think you're referring to the comment on only unfulfilled love can be truly passionate. The Woody Allen saying. George, I'm going to piss you... What? I'm going to piss you with... That again. Vaughn, but when you feel like... Oh, are you going to piss me off? Check out Hertz, the latest album. Yeah, you keep asking for Hertz. Yeah, Hertz is something that I get often asked to talk about. Alejandro says, greetings from Mexico. Hello to you, brother. Renee says, so when will you be interviewing Chris Carter and Alejandro Contini? Well, if you're able to get hold of them, I'll have a chat. Peter McCalla, and for covers, do you remember Perfect Day from video Keep Away from the X Factor? Yes. Oh yes, Peter. Yeah. You're quite hardcore. You're actually digging up my dirt. Those older videos that I'm a little bit like, ooh, yeah. I do cringe when I watch some of my older videos, though. I don't, but yeah. I remember. Yeah, you're talking about the Perfect Day. Lou Reed did the song Perfect Day, and I think Susan Boyle did a cover of that, and that to me proves everything that is wrong with the music industry. Is when you take a song like Lou Reed's Perfect Day. In fact, I must do a video on that where I break that song down. The record Perfect Day by Lou Reed, it is such a flawed performance. I mean, if you listen to it with headphones, you can actually hear him in between the breath, kind of, they're like these sounds, you're like you know, when you produce a record, when you're vocal comping, any like strange sounds in between takes, you remove them. But in this record, Perfect Day, all the flaws are in there, and that's what I love about them. Is it's just so. A song like Perfect Day, you wouldn't hear that anymore because the way records are overproduced. So when I heard Susan Boyle under the, I don't know, the direction of Simon Cowell doing this fucking cover, it was just sacrilege to me. It was sinful. I was just like, oh my God, I'm not having this. Oh yes, and then Susan Boyle, she covered Enjoy the Silence as well. Oh, she was like, all I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. You can fuck off, Susan Boyle. Honestly, that was just too much. Honestly, that was just too much. I'm just like, I'm not having this. You're pissing over my childhood. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Right. Okay, I'm just going to skip down a few here. Renee says, Milli Vanilli. Girl, you know it's Reds, you know it's true, true, ooh, ooh. Milli Vanilli. Yeah, man, Milli Vanilli got... Yeah, they got a lot of hell for kind of miming. But I should do a video on Milli Vanilli. And just go like, you know, Milli Vanilli got really vilified. Vilified, yeah. They got vilified for miming, but they're basically doing what most mainstream artists do these days anyway. So, you know, and I know I actually, because I actually had that album, the Girl, You Know It's True. What was that album they called? It was, Blame It on the Rain. But anyway, I knew the album very well, and it was a great album. You know, whether they were singing it or not, who cares? It was a great album. So, yeah. I think both of them, what were they called? Rob and Fab. I think they've both passed away now. Shame, bless them. But yeah, I enjoyed that record. Dave Johnson says, "Fuck the mainstream." So true. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not even sort of like shy about saying that anymore. You know, it's just so like, yeah. I'm done with your bullshit. Not you, the mainstream. Right, let's have a look here. I've got some more questions coming up here. Oh, Bonnie Richardson. She's popped up again. Bonnie, how are you, darling? Bonnie, one of my patrons and a dear friend. Bonnie, are you going to pop up on the Forced to Mode chat tomorrow? I'd love to see you on that. Bonnie is saying, Duran Duran covered Perfect Day and love that version. Well, that's true, Bonnie, because Lou Reed actually did say in an interview that Duran Duran's version of Perfect Day is the best version he's heard, and I agree with that. It was good. It was a more polished version than Lou Reed's version, but they kept the essence and the sincerity was there. It was not vomit-inducing like Susan Boyle's version. Oh, I think I skipped a few questions here. Sorry. Okay. Here's a question. Should I record guitar with a microphone or direct in some amp simulators? I find amp sims sound pretty bad. Really depends what you're going for, brother. I would think the more off the wall you can do it, the better. Yeah, some amp simulations do sound quite bad. Mind you, some of the box standard ones in Logic Audio are very, very good. I was surprised. Right. Dade Johnson. Vaughn, any opinions on the Clan of Zemonks? New last album. Jade, send me the link. I've never even heard of that band. Sorry. Send me the link to info@vorty.com. I'll have a listen. Thank you. Sarkak1 says, if you get offered a Martin Gore interview, but with the condition that no wilder questions and not saying... Yeah, that's a good question. You're basically saying, would I accept a Martin Gore interview if I wasn't allowed to speak about Alan? Yes, I would. And I think that would probably be one of the conditions, because when I interview people, I always off camera just say, look, is there anything we not going to talk about? And I always give people the option to see the edit before I release it. So yeah, I really don't think if you're sitting there with Martin, I don't think he wants questions like, oh, so do you miss Alan? I think as kind as well, and as mild mannered as Martin is, I think I'll probably see another side to him if I was to ask him that question. Jerome Gretlet, hello brother. Never really heard you talking about the Human League and Heaven 17. You should interview Martin Ware. Yeah, I'm not hugely I'm not hugely excited about the Human League and Heaven 17, if I'm brutally honest. But then again, I was listening to sort of some early Human League, just to kind of, you know, get a feel for it. And I think in the latest, I did interview, if you guys remember that interview I did with Rusty Egan, I think I managed to get one question. I said, hi, this is Rusty Egan. And then he just took it away from there. But Rusty Egan did say that what I respect about Rusty Egan is he's not scared to voice his opinions. You know, unlike many people these days that are just walking on eggshells because they're scared of getting shut down. Rusty Egan is not afraid to say what he thinks. And Rusty Egan was quite vocal of the fact, he said that the Human League went down when Martin Ware left. He's basically saying the Human League got... What did he say? He said the Human League became shit when Martin Ware left, or something like that. And it's a very, very out there thing to say, because, I mean, I do believe that the rift between Martin Ware and Phil Oakey, although it happened years ago, I think it's still a very sore point, and I think there is still quite a rivalry there. Evil Genius says, any chance of doing Little Boots? I remember talking about a video on Little Boots. I don't want to say I worked with Little Boots, but I did a remix for... I actually have a remix that I did for her. I'll try and find a few. I'm gonna take you out tonight. I'm gonna make you feel alright. I don't da 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 da. Yeah, this goes. God, this must go back to about 2007. I did a remix for that, but it was a yeah. I must try and find it actually. It was officially released. It was an official remix. It wasn't a download the stems. It was an official remix. And I remember Little Boots, she actually performed with Gary Numan, didn't she? Because he rated her. Yeah. She was kind of like a flash in the pan, wasn't she? There and gone. But yeah, she was quite interesting though. She was quite interesting, yeah. I remember that. Thanks. Small world, man. Small world. Johnny Derpy, do you like Enya? Let me tell you something. Enya is one of my guilty pleasures. Well, not her, but her music. No, I think Enya's one of those artists that people kind of like to kind of take the piss out of because it's kind of, you know, it's not edgy. But no, I think Enya, I just love that Celtic kind of thing. I do like Enya a lot, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I was afraid to admit it when I was younger because it wasn't cool enough, but I do rate Enya. Really great. And she's a lovely lady as well. She's a really classy lady. She really, really is. She's the polar opposite to yeah. Stop. This is live. Stop. Yeah, she's a lovely lady. Renee, Martin Gore would rather run parallel with Brian Eno than work directly with him. Yeah, I don't know. That's a view. He didn't like the Brian Eno remixes. I'm not sure about... I don't know about that. Do you like Daft Punk? Not really. I mean, Daft Punk is kind of like one of those bands that's like, oh, you gotta like Daft Punk, and it's... I tell you, and it's not a comparison, I did like... Do you guys remember that French band called Air? Air. I liked Air. Daft Punk... yeah, I mean... Is it good? Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's good. But it's just I'm not a fan. And Daft Punk is... I mean, I give Daft Punk all the recognition for everything they've done. And, they're up there. And, yeah, they're great. But it's... Do I own any Daft Punk records? Basically, no, I don't. So, it's just not my thing, really. Actually, I did mention this on my Facebook group the other day. When, Daft Punk put this big press release out about their breaking up. And I was just like, really? I don't care. And it's kind of like... And I just thought to myself, okay, there's a little bit more to this. I just thought that was kind of a publicity stunt. Because it's like, those Daft Punk have split up. It's like... Okay. So, I can tell you what's happening here. I reckon that since they've made that announcement, they've probably made loads of record sales. Their streams have gone up. It's a publicity stunt. Because I promise you, in 5 years' time, they will make an announcement. Daft Punk have reunited. Here comes the tour. Yeah, come on. It's just like... I don't want to... Okay. Unfortunately, when you die... And I'm not recommending they commit suicide, but when you die, that's when your record sale... It's like the Vincent... what's his name? Was it Vincent van Gogh? When he died, he was he's one of the most genius artists in, a genius artist. And when he died, his artwork became priceless. But when he was alive, he was poor, and he ended up cutting his ear off, and he had real psychological issues. And we see this, it's like every time an artist dies, like, when Freddie Mercury died or Amy Winehouse, and they were great artists, their record sales went through the roof. And so I really think with Daft Punk announcing that we split up, I think a lot of people were like, oh, were they? Yeah, okay. It was kind of like... so I really think it was a publicity stunt. Like, okay, oh no, don't split up. But then, of course, I said, mark my words, in 5 years' time, there'll be a reunion tour. But yeah. It's a little bit too dancey for me. I'm just not into... I'm just really not into dance music anymore. Right. What else are we looking at? Vaughn digs in ya. Yes, I'm about to sail away, sail away. Michelle Zhu, hello there. Says, what are your thoughts on modern EDM dubstep? Any artist you like in that? Not really a fan, no. I like the innovation that is there. That is dubstep, yeah. It's not really my thing. I mean, I can't throw out a kind of like a blanket statement like that. I mean, it's because I haven't... Obviously, there are a lot of artists. I like it when I've heard some great artists that incorporate elements of dubstep into their music. But when it's like just like hardcore dance dubstep, it's not my thing, no. Sons of Hibbs. How did you learn much of what you know about synthesizers? Where does one start today? It's very confusing. Son of Hibbs, that's a very good question. Well, I taught everything. I learned everything I know. I sort of taught myself. But I came from a small mining town in South Africa many years ago, and a lot of the stuff I was doing, you know, was not even around at that time. So you're living in a great time now where everything is so accessible. I think the difference was, you know, I should do a video on my, you know, I had a Kawai K4 and I had a Roland E16, a Roland U20. So I was very limited. The problem you've got these days is that things are very affordable and you're pretty much unlimited. So it's just very difficult to know where to start. So I can't really answer that question because it really depends what you want to do. So, I mean, if you're interested in some coaching from me, you can hit me at info.vorti.com. So info@vorti.com. And I'll be happy to coach you if you're up for it. Because that is a very in-depth question, and I can't just answer something that, because it's it requires a very specific answer. Someone's just sent me a donation. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I can't see who it is. I apologize, but I really do appreciate. Oh, so there's been a few donations. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. I can't see who they've come from, but I'll probably find them at the end. So thank you so much. I'm really grateful for you guys keeping the wheels going here. Really appreciate it. Okay. Renee says Martin Gore almost fell asleep in his car whilst listening to the Eno remixes and almost had an accident, as he claimed in an interview. Oh, really? Is that true? Okay. Sean says, if you like Enya, you'll like the Cocktail Twins. Vaughn is an Enya fan. Yeah. Do you like... God. Do you like Britney Spears? I think she had very good quality songs, actually. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, I fancied Britney Spears many years ago. We're talking about her music. Oh, sorry. Freudian slip. Well, you know, Max Martin was the big machine behind the Britney Spears, Backstreet Boys, and that. I mean, the production of Britney Spears. Look, Britney Spears, I mean, come on, I was never a fan. I was a fan of her, you know, as a man was. But, you know, the songs were great pop songs, and, you know, they did what they did. Great. They were great pop songs. Not my thing, but, you know, I have to give them credit for what they were, and they were brilliant pop songs. Oh, God. Here's another one. Vaughn, if you like Enya, you'll enjoy elastic foam cushions. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, Renee. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right. Hayes Chick says, my musical childhood was formed by Kraftwerk and Tangerine Dream. Still love that old stuff. Those were the times. Yeah, you're right, man. Son of Hip says, thank you for taking my questions. Well, thank you, and thank you for your questions. Oh. Jerome Gretlet says, may I know your view on Soft Cell? Soft Cell, yeah. I'm not a fan. That doesn't mean I don't like them. When I say I'm not a fan, what I mean by that is I don't own any of their records. There are some of their songs that I do like. I mean, I don't like Tainted Love, obviously, because that's just overplayed. But I do like the Wave Hello, Say Goodbye. And David Ball, you know, he's up there with some of the early synth pioneers, definitely. And Mark Armand, you know, great singer. You know, great. He was a bit ropey in the early days, but I liked that because it's quite funny when you listen to records back then, you go, oh my God, that's a little bit out of tune. But that's only because our ears are so attuned to records these days where everything's so perfectly tuned. But yeah, I mean, Soft Cell, full respect to them. I'm not a fan, but that doesn't mean I dislike them. Right. Blakers VXR, nothing wrong with Enya. Thank you. I'm not having anything bad said about it. Is it Enya? I think it's called Anya. I think that's how I think the Irish say Anya. Sarkak says, what do you think of SoundCloud and Bandcamp? I've got issues with SoundCloud because I think they owe me a lot of royalties, and I think they owe a lot of other people royalties. This idea that you can just put music up there for free, and I'm not on SoundCloud anymore. I think I've got music up there, but I believe they've kind of monetized their platform. So yeah, they're another one of those platforms that have made a killing out of off the backs of independent artists and have not given enough back. So I do not go there. Bandcamp, I am a very, very, very big advocate of Bandcamp. I cannot rate Bandcamp highly enough. I think they are a fantastic platform, and I think they're one of the few platforms that actually look out for independent artists. So I am a huge advocate of Bandcamp. Cheers to Bandcamp. Peter McCullough says, following message is from a really nice person. Okay, where's the message? Let's have a look here. Evil Genius, plug in. Here we go. Here's a Geek Talk question. Where's my. Okay. Geek Talk, where we talk deep and geek. Right. Can I answer? Whenever you ask me a geeky question, I've got to put my Geek Talk glasses on quickly here. Oh, they're a bit smudgy at the moment. Let me just give them a wipe. It's okay. I can probably see. Okay. Any geeky questions, I'll put the Geek Talk glasses on. So to answer a Geek Talk question, let's have a look. Where's the Geek Talk question? Here's the Evil, and the question to Evil Genius: plugins or real machines? I've got the Waves PP2 plugin. Sounds great, close to the original. Thank you, Evil Genius. That's a very good question. Well, you know something? There is a very interesting, and to all the geeks in the community here, I've just connected with a very interesting man called John Oram. Now, John Oram he's up there with Rupert Neve. The only difference is John Oram is someone whose name, he's one of these people, he's done great things. He set up the Trident Studios here in Soho in was it the early 80s, the late 70s? But he did great work. But he's a very underrated guy. Now, anyway, I've connected with him, and there's a lot of exciting things coming to the channel with some competitions and stuff, so keep watching. And John Oram is a genius. He's an absolute genius. And we were talking all about analog versus digital and how they model plugins these days, you know, like companies like the Waves plugins. And he has found a fundamental flaw in the way these companies have been modeling plugins, and it's a mind-blowing thing. It's something that he's come up with, and I cannot wait to share it with you when I interview him on the channel. And just to sort of, okay, I've had a drink now, so I'm not going to get incredibly technical, but he talks about the low frequencies in a sound. Just remember that, you know, like bass, like when you're setting up a studio, it's very important where you put your speakers, but it doesn't really matter where you put the bass, the subwoofer, because bass is it's omnidirectional. So you guys know that. So bass operates in a very different way to sort of mid and high frequencies. So what John Oram was talking about in this article, which he's going to explain to you guys on the Geek Talk series, is that when you measure a sound, the low frequencies within a sound move slower than the upper and the mid frequencies and the higher frequencies. He will explain it a lot better. And so this poses a very, very fundamental problem when you are modeling. Let's say you take a Moog synthesizer and you create a plugin of that. Apparently, a lot of the plugin emulations have not taken that low frequency modulation, timing, variance into consideration. God, have you noticed how intelligent I become when I put these glasses on? But this is a fundamental flaw he's found in a lot of plugin modeling. And this was mind-blowing to me. So that is why John Oram still believes that plugins and digital emulations are inferior to analog. Now, this is a huge, huge subject, because I'm always, you know, in people that I coach, I'm always trying to, one of the things when I coach people is I'm always trying to drum into people the fact that you need to only use what you can afford. You do not bankrupt yourself and your family, and things need to be functional. You can't spend too much money on things, and that is why often people will say to me, Vaughn, I can spend £3,000 on this, or I can buy the plugin which is £300, £300 and not £3,000. And I always try to get people to save money, but I think John Oram is basically pointing out that if you want to bring things down to the nitty-gritty, analog is always going to have an edge over digital. And I can't wait to get him onto the channel, because I think this is going to be very, very mind-blowing. However, what I'm saying to you guys is, when you're releasing music, when you take a Moog bass, and then if you were to use a plug-in emulation of that Moog bass, once it's in a record, in a mix, it's sometimes very hard to tell the difference. But of course, if you're a music producer, whether you're aspiring or professional, the fact that you're asking these questions shows that you are very passionate, and it shows that it's very important to you. And I can sympathize with this, guys. I know this because I'm very passionate about what I do. So when I make a record, and I know on a intellectual level that the plugin will probably do as good a job as the hardware thing, but I think for myself, even though I can't hear the difference, I need to know that I've used the hardware piece of gear, because I know that if we measure it, even though we cannot hear the difference with our ears, there is a measurable difference if we were to use other techniques. Anyway, I'm getting completely geeky here now, but so to answer your question, I think the hardware is at some point probably according to John Oram, the analog is going to have a advantage over the digital. And I'm going to get him, as I say, he's going to come in and explain that on the channel, and I think it's going to be fascinating to hear him explain. I'm going to take the glasses off now so I can dumb myself down. Ooh. And but yeah, it is always great to listen. And John Oram he's not someone who's, he's 70 years old. He's over 70 years old now, and he was one of the people who builds consoles and stuff like that. So this is not someone who writes software. This is someone who understands stuff. So I cannot wait to get him onto the channel. I'm sorry that was a very long-winded answer, and I'm sorry if I've lost some of you, but hey man, I'm really passionate about this. Oh, I just see Enya's name has popped up there. Someone saying there's nothing wrong with Enya. Someone has just donated me $25. Thank you so much. I'm trying to find who it was. The name has come up as, is it just a J? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find you so I can give you the... Oh, there we go. Jack Heckler. Thank you so much, Jack. Jack says, I love your work. I would love to see you host a yearly Depeche Mode convention. Jack, thank you so much, brother. I really, really appreciate that and your support. There's something that I'm really looking to do probably later on, is my good friend from Depeche Mode Global Facebook group, Rob Rom. We're looking to... I had this idea of... Oh, it's a big idea. It's a radical idea, but going to America and going to the Rose Bowl and setting up doing a Rose Bowl Depeche Mode reunion, and getting everyone that came to the Rose Bowl concert to... Anyway, it's a big dream, but yeah, thank you, John. I've got... Jack, sorry. I've got big plans for this channel, and I'm so glad to have you and your support, so thank you so much. There we go. So I hope I've answered your question on the analog versus digital thing. And please, to those of you here that are getting your credit cards out to go buy equipment, don't buy more equipment. Okay, let's see what else. We've got loads of questions coming up here. Aquas Man says, hi from Barcelona. Hello to you too. Michelle Zhu says, do you have the Depeche Mode t-shirts? Have you ever worn that in public or seen somebody else wearing a Depeche Mode t-shirt? Yeah, I don't have any Depeche Mode t-shirts, no, but I've seen a lot of people in public wearing them, especially when you go abroad. If you go to places like Poland, they love to... I don't actually know who's the most... I mean, we should do a video on this. Who are the most hardcore Depeche Mode fans? I think it's going to be a toss-up. It's going to be a fine line between... I think oh God, how do I say this? But I think the Polish and the Germans are gonna. Those two are the most. They're the most hardcore, I think. Dade Johnson says Enigma was also great. Ah, Enigma, Michael Cretu. Yes, he was married to the pop star Sandra. Ah, she was one of my first loves as a young boy. Ooh, what a gorgeous looking woman. Yeah. Anyway, back to the topic. Yeah, Michael Cretu did Enigma. Great producer, Romanian producer, I believe. Born in Romania, lived in Germany. Peter says hi from Germany, from Berlin. Hello, Peter. Falling really behind now. So, God, these chats are quite popular. Sodic, do you realize songs that you think? What do you? Sarkak, I don't understand the question. It says, do you realize songs that you think they are a regular quality, or do so because I'm a beginner? Sorry, mate, I don't understand the question, so I'm just going to skim over it. Michelle Zhu, why don't you have Depeche Mode t-shirts? Aren't you a huge fan? I'm just not one of those people. I don't like to advertise. That's why I don't like football. I don't like walking around going, oh, Man U or Unite. I don't like. Yeah, I'm a huge fan, but you know, if I go to a concert, I like to be vanilla. I don't like to advertise what I'm into. I'm just too private. But when I release my Vorti t-shirts, I'm going to expect all of you to buy one. You do know that. What do you think of the younger Depeche Mode fans? I'm 16. Hello, Frank. What do I think of the younger Depeche Mode fans? I think you're all bloody awesome. I just think the fact that you're 16 and you like Depeche Mode, I think I'll drink to that. Any excuse. No, I just think I'm seeing this a lot in my Facebook group. A lot of teenagers who, and you know, it's, you know, for an old git like me, it's inspiring. I just love that the younger generation are embracing and understanding something that is fundamentally very, very good. Yeah, Sons of Hib says the favorite Depeche, the most hardcore Depeche Mode fans are Germans, the Poles, and the Slovak. Yeah, the Slovaks. In fact, Martin Gore was talking about it was in one video. He was talking about they were on. I think they were in Eastern Europe somewhere. It may have been like Czech Republic or Poland, and they were in a coffee shop in the day, and they were sitting at the window, and all of a sudden the coffee shop just went black because there were like a whole bunch of Depeche Mode fans came wearing black, and they like all stood at the window, and it's like the whole coffee shop went black. So yeah, I do love that about the sort of the you know, the sort of the Eastern European fans, is that they still sort of, because Depeche Mode did go through that stage of where it was like black leather. You know, they were the band of black leather. You know, black trousers, black shoes, black leather, and especially the Eastern European fans, they really have hung on to that sort of black leather look. And it's usually when you go to you know, Depeche Mode gigs here in the UK, and I could spot the Eastern European fans because they all had, you know, all wearing black, you know, and a lot of them had jet black hair and everything. So it's interesting to see how the different countries do, you know, latch onto certain periods. Jay Johnson says, Vaughn, you should start your own t-shirt store. Well, I do. I've got t-shirts for the channel. I've just been terrible at marketing them. I've got Off-Topic Chicken t-shirts. I've got Alan Wilder Fanboy Alert t-shirts. I've even got Alan Wilder Fangirl t-shirts. I've got Aggro Monkey t-shirts. Yeah, man, I just need to get my marketing up to date. But yeah, we've got t-shirts, guys. In fact, I should run some competitions and give some away. So Sarkak says, I also take ages to make a song. How do you compose songs fastly? Once again, that's how long is a piece of string kind of question. Most of the best songs I find happen very, very quickly. if I'm working on something, I usually find the best songs they write themselves. The idea comes very quickly, and there's a certain gestation period. I find when a song happens, you need to get it out as soon as what the inspiration takes you. This is the problem I find when I'm coaching with people and coaching people. Usually as a producer or an artist, as a self-produced artist, you come up with an idea, and then you get so the initial inspiration comes very quickly, because inspiration does happen very quickly. It's a very fast thing. But then what happens is there's that logical part of us that wants to overthink it. Remember, I've always said that logic is the enemy of emotion and creativity, because creativity and emotion, it has no bounds. It's just very natural. But then the logical mind comes in and it tries to overthink things, and this is why often you can come up with a demo. The demo sounds amazing, but then you spend too much time on the record trying to make it sound good, and then you engineer the soul out of it, and that is a big problem for most artists, myself included. And so the question is, how do you make songs fastly? There's no answer to that. With experience, it'll come fast to you, but then there are songs that'll come faster and they'll come slower. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's a little bit like you can teach people. It's like, let's take football, and I'm not a football fan, but you can teach people how to play football. You can give them the best coaching and everything, but then there are those people that just have that X factor, and you can't teach that. So I cannot teach you how to compose, and I cannot give you advice how to compose fastly. All I can tell you is that through doing something frequently and often, the neural pathways in the brain, they connect. The more you do something, the better you get. So it's practice, really. But there is no answer to that question, really. I hope I've made sense there. Oh, yes. I've just received a text saying, "Would you like another drink?" And I'm going, "Yes, please." You can't complain about the service here, can you? It's all very good. Right, how you guys doing? Are you getting bored of me yet, or I'm really overstaying my welcome? I've got so much to do, but I'm enjoying this anyway. Cheers. Right, so yes, so Jade Johnson, yes, there are t-shirts available. I think with this channel, I mean, the stuff I sell on this channel, it does help fund the channel, but I'm always kind of like, I don't want to ever push it on you guys. Whenever I sell things on this channel, whether it be poster prints or my records and stuff, I like to let you guys know that it's available, but I never want to come across like, buy this now, because I don't want to slam things down your throat. But yes, the things are available, and I'm grateful that you are interested. Right, let's go. Question here from George again. The latest Depeche Mode concert I've been to was Gdańsk, Poland, and those fans were crazy. They clapped and sang songs like Going Backwards, which I was very happy about. People of all ages, great time. Yeah, man, I mean, Depeche Mode concerts are magical. They're really magical. I really look forward to going to another one soon. Well, it's not going to be soon, is it? Yes, that's a good one, Son of Hibbs. You're saying logic should be a spice you sprinkle over it. I've always said that logic is the enemy of creativity. And this is why in an ideal world, an artist comes up with a song. He takes it to a producer and an engineer, and they help him. Because this is the difficult thing as an independent artist, is wearing these different hats. It's trying to separate your technical side from your emotional side. And I hear this a lot. I hear records that come to me, or someone I'm coaching, anyone I'm working with or coaching, and often they'll send me the finished product or something they're about to release, and I'll be like, okay, can you send me the demo? And they'll be like, why do you want to hear the demo? I'm like, just send me the demo. And they'll send me the demo, and then often, and they hate me for this, I'll be like, you know something? The demo is actually better than the finished product, and I know you don't want to hear that. Oh, round 2. Thank you very much. You can't complain about the service. I'm double parking, yes. Let me finish this one quickly. It's been a hell of a week, but anyway, cheers. So where was I? What were we talking about? I've just lost it. My train of my short-term memory is terrible lately. You know, I put it down to, okay, well, I haven't had enough to drink yet, but you guys do know I've been suffering from this. We believe it's like a long haul COVID thing, and it does really affect your short-term memory terribly. You won't notice it on my videos because they're all edited, but I do. Anyway, I was in some good flow there. Where were we going with this? God, sorry about that, guys. It'll come back to me now, and I'll jump back into it. God, I was in such a good flow there. I've just lost it now. Sarkak says, Vaughn, have you tried playing guitar? Yes, I have. I do. My track, which is coming out, called Sleeping Dogs. In fact, all the new Vorti stuff, I'm playing guitar on that. So I've got my Gretsch electro. I'm thinking of Gareth Jones's Electrogenetic. It's a Gretsch guitar. I've got one, and I play that on my records. Yes, I wouldn't call myself a guitarist, but I can play enough to, you know, get an idea across and put it on a record. Yeah. Oh yes. Okay. Yes. The back to my original train of thought. Son of Hibbs, you said Logic should be a spice. Yes. So what I was on about, sorry, before I got distracted, I was talking about when I'm coaching people, often they will send me a song that's done, and they'll say, okay, Vaughn, I'm about to release this. What do you think? And then I'll say, okay, can you send me the demo? And they'll be like, why do you want the demo? I'm like, send me the demo. And few times, and it really annoys people when I tell them, look, what you've done in the finished product is technically superior, but there is something on the demo that is not in the finished product. And this is a classic example, is when you're working on a demo, that's when you're excited and you're just throwing the ideas down. You're not questioning yourself because you're going, okay, I'm just going to lay this vocal down, I'm going to put this guitar down, put this drum. Oh man, because you're so excited. And then you sit back and you go, oh, okay, how can we make this good? And then you spend too much time on it. And that is why very often when you listen, and this is even with some great artists, big artists, when you listen to the finished product and then you hear the demo, there is something magical in the demo that is not in the finished product. Now, the finished product may be technically better, you know, it might be better balanced, better mixed, whatever, but that's not what people hear. People don't hear that. People connect with the emotion, and usually the emotion is very evident in the demo. So coming back to your comment there, that is why I always say that logic is the enemy of creativity, and that's a crude statement. You know, it needs an explanation as I'm giving here now, but it does mean that you can over analyze things, because emotion is raw and it's spontaneous and it's now, whereas logic is it's chin scratching and it's standing back. And that is why in an ideal world, you the artist are not the producer and the engineer. You understand? Let's take, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go off topic, but you know, and of course we don't all have the luxury these days. A lot of us have to self-produce. So yeah. Question, Evil Genius says, how do you compose on guitar, like Vince, or on piano? Or how do I compose? I sometimes, I was hoovering the house the other day and a whole song came to me. I've never found it I personally have never found it difficult. Like that last song I released, VG, dun, 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 dun. That melody, and I'll play it on the piano one day, because all my songs are done. I'm a bit like Andy McCluskey. It's always melody. I've got producer friends that, you know, they'll put a loop on and they'll, you know, like have a drum loop and then they'll start singing over it, and my brain doesn't work like that. To me, it's always melody, and my songs are always based on that melody. I do write songs on guitar sometime, but I find they come across differently, because it's just the way they're, and that's probably just because I'm not a great guitarist. So when I pick up a guitar, it stimulates my brain in a different way. So you will often hear, especially my new work that's coming out now, you will be able to hear which was written on guitar and which was written on piano. But to answer so that was your question to me. How do I compose? So I know Andy McCluskey. I've heard him in interviews. I read in an interview once. Andy McCluskey said, "I sweat blood and tears to write melodies to write memorable melodies." So this is why I resonate with Andy McCluskey, because he's very old school. It's all about melody with him. Chris Lowe, I don't know how he writes. Vince as well. I know Vince and Andy from Erasure, when they write a song, it's not done on synthesizers. It's usually done on an acoustic guitar or a very straightforward, old-fashioned piano sound. Because and I always do that as well. I don't like to be distracted by the technology. However, sometimes you will turn on a synthesized sound, and the patch that can inspire you. The complexity of the sound. It really depends. There is no right way or wrong way to do it. And what I'm saying to you is, if you're an artist in here, is don't question yourself. Don't question yourself. Remember, logic is the enemy of creativity. So don't question yourself. It's very important to just let it come out, man. Just let it come out. Question from Nujet. Hello, Nujet. Do you wish that Alan Wilder had written more songs with Depeche Mode? His demos and songs are really interesting. Yeah, I mean, Alan Wilder is not a... Look, Alan Wilder is an arranger. He's not really a songwriter in his own admission. He always said he doesn't like writing lyrics because whenever he listens back to them, they sound naff or naive. However, if I listen to a few of his songs, like, what was that? If You Want to Be With Me... great. But then again, the strength of that song is not the lyrics. The strength of that song is the soundscape. So Alan Wilder, is all about sounds. Do I wish he'd written more songs? I don't know. I mean, I liked everything he did, but it's just not his thing, is he? But yeah, his demos are amazing, yeah. And then Michelle's written a message, but she's taken it back. Okay, and let's say Sarkak, have you ever tried playing guitar? Yes, I think I've just answered that. Wow, Vaughn, a 3-hour conversation. Is it? Well, time flies when you're having fun. I believe the last live stream was 4 hours though. Should we break the record? Sarkak says, melody never comes to me always. Harmony comes first. That's very interesting. So you're actually getting the harmonics instead of... Oh, I know. Okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Listen, brother, there is no wrong way of doing it. The only problem arises when you start questioning yourself. That's the biggest mistake. Harry Wood says, any thoughts on the band called The Horrors? Their albums are incredible, like a different band every... Yes, once again, I've heard a bit... I've heard a little bit from here and there, but never anything in its entirety to be able to make an informed judgment compared to another album. But yeah, you're obviously a fan. You can send me some suggested listening to info@vorti.com. My god, my email is going to be so full at the end of this chat. Kristen says, play some guitar for us. Hi guys, and welcome to Piano and Keyboard Artists, where we pick up the guitar. I'll play guitar for you someday, yeah. Bonnie Richardson, hello darling. You are so right about demos. 8 out of 10 times I prefer the demo to the finished product, except for Depeche Mode. Now, Bonnie, let me just give you some good advice there. First of all, you're absolutely right, but that is you should never ever say that to an artist. Oh my god, I tell you what, I've seen people have near nervous breakdowns. You know something? It's just that people don't understand this. If you're an artist there, and I'm sure there are a few of you there, you'll understand this, is we put so much into our art. We put so much into it, and then it's like you have spent so much time on this piece of work, this song, you've probably spent a lot of money, and now it's finished. The last thing you want is someone to go, it's good, but it's not as good as the demo. Oh my god. You've got to be careful the way you say. So yeah, Bonnie, I know exactly what you mean, and this is this is the harsh conversation I've had to have with people before as well. And it's a harsh conversation myself when I've done this as well. And mentors I've looked up to will say, yeah, it's good, but the demo's better. I mean, nobody wants to hear that, do they? But yeah, you know, but then again, it's a truth. And it comes back to this, you know, something there's, I don't know if you guys know, and I'll bring this off the musical production thing. There is a guy who's got a YouTube channel at the moment. If any of you know what I'm talking about, just, you know, just write in the comments below. He goes by the name of Kush, the House of Kush. And he is a cool mofo, man. This guy is super duper cool. He kind of reminds me of he's kind of like a Matthew McConaughey. He's just so fucking cool. And he actually builds compressors and stuff, but he's got his own YouTube channel now. And kind of like Geek Talk, but his channel's a lot bigger than mine. And he just gives such great advice. In fact, he's a guy I'd like to interview someday. And why are we talking about him? Oh, yes. He gives such great advice for producers and stuff. And, you know, he says things that are so obvious, but you're like, wow, why didn't I think of that? And so, yeah, I'm making a shout out to him, although I don't know him. But that is a great resource. Check out House of Kush on YouTube. Absolute gem of a YouTube channel. Of course, not as great as the Vaughn George YouTube channel. I just have to say it, but no, just kidding, guys. Right, next question here from, looks like we've got, oh, here we go. Oh, bless. Oh, George, thank you, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate that contribution, George. Thank you. Full respect to you, brother. Thank you. Your generous contribution. Thank you, guys. You're keeping the wheels running here. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay. George says, hope one day I'll get finish the few songs. Oh, bless you, George. Here's a question from Frank. Do you think Depeche Mode will ever play The Sun and the Rainfall live again? Probably not. I don't think so, no. Martin's a bit like Gary Numan in that way. He likes to kind of brush over the past, and he likes to be known for what he's doing currently. So, Sarkak says, "How about?" Yes, I've tried modular synthesizers. I've had a dabble with them. Yeah, they're interesting. The modular synthesizer to me it's all about the happy accident. I know Gareth is huge on modular synthesizers. But I think the way I work, it's very, although I do kind of freak out, I become a little bit nutty professor. But I think with modular synthesizers, there is an element of abstractness to it, where you tweak this and you tweak this, and you kind of it's like the machine has its own madness, and you see what manifests. Certainly when I produce, I have a song in mind, so I kind of shape it as to what I have in mind. And I think, yeah, modulars are a completely different thing. But yeah, I'm open to it. Hey man, hopefully I can collaborate with Gareth one day, so see if he'll do some modular work on my track. Bonnie Richardson says too late. Love you, Bonnie. Right, Michelle Zhu. Yesterday was my 19th birthday. Right, let's all sing happy birthday to Michelle. 1, 2, 3. Are you all together? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michelle Zhu. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. What other YouTuber sings happy birthday to his followers? Happy birthday to you, Michelle. 19. Oh, getting old, girl. Right, so you're 19. And you got 4 Depeche Mode and vinyl. Speak and Spell, A Broken Frame, Construction Time Again, and Violator. So you've got those. Well, Michelle, happy birthday to you, and here's to you for having great taste in music. And you've got a Victrola suitcase turntable to play them on. Should you get a better turntable? Bless you. Well, that's not for me to say, but are those little portable... I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say you should get yourself a Lynn Sonder, those sweet Scandinavian turntables. I mean, there is an argument. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. So apparently, the cheap if a turntable is too cheap, it can damage your vinyls. Apparently, but yeah, I mean, it's like with anything. It's how far do you want to take it? But I mean, if you've got your 4 vinyls there and you enjoy listening to them on that, then I'm happy for you. It's like with anything, you know, you can get a great car, but you can get a Mercedes-Benz, a BMW, but then you can take it to a Maserati, and a Bentley, a Rolls-Royce. You know, it's how far do you want to take it? So don't waste your money, girl. Don't waste your money. And happy birthday to you. Bless you. Evil Genius says, what's your opinion on Stock Aitken Waterman? Well, Mike Stock and Matt Aitken are great songwriters. Pete is one hell of a marketing man. Now, let me just tell you something, Evil Genius. Full respect to you, because Stock Aitken and Waterman is a little bit out of bounds of this channel. Not because of me, but I've mentioned them in videos, and people have, like, bitten my head off, like, Vaughn, come on, you're better than that. Interestingly enough, Stock Aitken and Waterman, there is a lot that can be learned from them. Not so much... You know, if you want to go down the hit factory route, you know, love them or loathe them. They were the most they were actually the most successful. They are the most successful songwriting team in British music history. You know, in pop, they are. You know, and I know a lot of people have a problem with that, but they are. Interestingly enough, when I do my interview with John Oram, now John Oram is going to become a regular on this channel. I've got some very interesting things planned. John Oram is actually the guy who discovered Mike Stock, and he can tell a lot of stories. So, and also I used to have a mentor, Mike Rose, who used to work for Stock Aitken Waterman. I think he started off as a T-boy, and then he went on to produce. He went on to produce Gary Barlow. E17. So I've been blessed. I've had some very good mentors who have been mentored by some great people. So Stock Aitken and Waterman, you know, you can't really criticize them really. And you know what they did for the music they did, you know, and in fact it's worth me doing a video one day just talking about it, because they were a hit factory. There was, you know, there was a formula, and there was no one who could beat them. No one could touch them. I don't want to bore you with the details, but as Mike Rose used to tell me, that was basically Mike Stock was the guy who wrote the songs, and then Aitken was the arranger, and Pete Waterman's not a musician, he was a DJ, but he had the ear for what would work. So how it would typically work on a typical day-to-day basis, don't quote me on this, but this is kind of the gist. Mike Stock would come in early in the morning, write a song. He could write a song over breakfast. He'd give it to Matt. They'd do like a sketch program, get Kylie in, record the vocals. By the time, I think the song would then be mixed by 11 o'clock at night. That was the schedule. Start at 11, have it mixed by 11 o'clock or something like that. And then after that, the record would then be mastered throughout the night. And then they would go home. And then when they came in the morning, it was mastered and ready to go. And they'd start that. And they did that 5 days a week. You know, it was a song written and produced and mastered a day, 5 days a week. And, you know, it comes down, and I think we can learn a lot from that, you know, if you know, as a, you know, whether you're into that kind of music or not. Most of us here aren't. But I think as an aspiring producer, just adopting that work ethic where you're like, okay, doing a song a day is hard to do. But whether you decide you're going to write a song a day or produce a song a week, just sticking to that is very, very important. And it becomes a numbers game through the repetition of doing something over and over and over again. I'm going to mention Ed Sheeran. Not a fan. Bless him. I like Ed Sheeran. I think he's a decent human being. I'm not a fan of the music, but I have a lot of respect for him. And I believe the Ed Sheeran story is something like Ed Sheeran. The story is something like he would wake up every day and he would write a song. And I think he did that for like 3 years, something like that. And it was just that absolute repetition. And often when I'm coaching people and they're not having the success, I have to ask them this question. Are you serious enough? Are you putting the time in? You know, have you done your 10,000 hours? So, yeah, these are... So, as much as it's very sort of popular to sort of shun people like, you know, Ed Sheeran or Stock Aitken Waterman, there are very good sort of work practices we can learn from artists like that. So, right. I'm falling behind again. Bonnie says these questions are hilarious. Yes, they are hilarious. I take all the blame. I've attracted a bunch of nutters. I love you all. Okay, I saw Mrs. Norris's Mrs. Norris's name appeared on. Oh yeah. Now sing like Mrs. Norris. Yeah, someone asked me the other day, could I do a Mrs. Norris special? Yeah, I think we should. Eventually, we're going to get T-shirts with Mrs. Norris on there. God damn, diddly damn, you. I think she did. Okay, I do highly exaggerate everything because that's artistic license. But she did once. She did swear at me. She said, Vaughn, you're a hound dog. She called me a hound dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. I thought that was just a line from a song, but apparently if you call someone a hound dog, it's like that. It's like calling them a dirty, rotten scoundrel. So yeah, I've been called a lot worse than that in my time, but yeah, that hurt coming from you, Mrs. Norris. Right. Murray Nathan says, if you had your own BBC chat show, would you choose who would you choose as your band leader? Oh, I don't think the BBC would hire me. I'm definitely not politically correct enough. But I get what you're saying. If you had your own BBC chat show, who would you choose as your band leader? Let me get back to you on that one. Should we say Fletch? Yeah, absolutely Fletch. We want someone really musical. Yeah, we'll choose Fletch as the band leader, yeah. Son of Hip says, I wonder which zodiac sign has the most Depeche Mode fans. Well, I'm a Leo. Martin Gore's a Leo as well. I think Fletch is a Cancer. That's a good question. I love these random questions. As Bonnie said, I love these questions. Evil Genius says, try to get a Technics SL1210. I think that's in response to Michelle Zhu. No, Michelle, you don't need to buy an SL1210. I mean, the Technics SL1210 was like the industry standard, record deck. They were discontinued and then they brought them back in again. Is that right? But no, Michelle, you don't need to buy an Technics SL1210. Save your money. But they are great, by the way. Right. I'm loving these questions. Which deceased artist would you want to bring back to life? Oh, Freddie Mercury. Definitely. Freddie Mercury. Yeah. Oh, God. Lloyd is here as well. Lloyd. My brother, he's my wingman, Lloyd. He says, I agree, bro. I like Stock Aitken and Waterman. This is what I like about Lloyd. Lloyd reminds me a lot about a lot of myself. He's not scared to say things that are slightly controversial if he believes them to be true. Lloyd, that is a good way to be, because in this day and age where everyone's walking on eggshells, I respect people who are not scared to say what they feel. So yeah. I like a bit of Jason. No, I don't. No, I do have a soft spot for... I do like the Donna Summer stuff that Stock Aitken and Waterman did. I'm not going to deny. Some of the Lonnie Gordons... Okay, I'm showing myself up to be a real cheese ball here. But no, I do like some of the... I really like the This Time I Know It's For Real from the Donna Summer stuff. And hey, man, Stock Aitken and Waterman brought a lot of positivity to the world, and I can't criticize that. I really can't. Let's start a new hit factory, shall we? Son of Hip says there are 2 Pisces here. That's very good. Pisces, go for it. I'm fascinated by the star signs and the sort of personality traits that are attached to certain star signs. Michelle Zhu, hello again. I would suggest setting a 2-3 minute time limit for each question so everybody can get answered. No offense, but I'm going to read this. I love this. Michelle says, I would suggest setting a 2 to 3 minute time limit for each question so everybody gets answered. No offense, but you tend to go on tangents and ramble a lot. Now, Michelle, I'm going to say to you what I said to Lloyd. I really appreciate that direct talk. Thank you so much. Because I don't need smoke blown up my ass. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Michelle, maybe we should get an egg timer here. And every time someone asks a question, we flip the egg timer and flip it over. Michelle, you're going to hold me you're going to hold me accountable. So thank you. I appreciate that. So quick fire round. Lloyd says, did you manage to listen to Gareth Jones and Daniel Miller collaboration, by the way? You're talking about the Sunroof stuff. The Sunroof collaboration has been going for a while, but as I said, Lloyd, I'm very happy that Gareth Jones has now got his Facebook page up and running, because when I met him, and Lloyd, you remember we interviewed Gareth the first time, I said to Gareth, it's almost like you're invisible, you're Gareth Jones, for God's sake, but you've got no, you've got no Facebook presence or anything like that. And it just, I know it's not it's not important to Gareth. Gareth Jones has got nothing to prove. He's an absolute genius. But through much, Gareth gave in to my moaning eventually, and he has now set himself up a Facebook page, and which is a great thing. And it's because of that now a lot of people are talking about Sunroof and stuff like that. And I'm going to try and squeeze an interview. I'm going to see if Daniel Miller might, hopefully, I'm not going to make any promises, but if Daniel and him could come onto a Zoom chat, that would be a dream come true. How am I doing? Okay, this is going to be the question. How am I doing, Michelle? Was that quick? I need to get an egg timer here. So every time someone asks, actually, I'll tell you what, Michelle, I'm going to go on a stopwatch here, and I'm going to, I tell you what, Michelle, this is especially for you. I'm going to, there we go, alarm. No, we're going to stop. No, not a timer. Yes, there we go. And I'm going to set the alarm to 2 minutes, yeah? And every time someone asks a question, I'm going to hit the alarm. You okay with that, Michelle? Right, that's a good idea. Thank you, Michelle. You're holding me accountable. And I love the fact that you're not shy to tell me. Right. Yar Yetsmov. Can you go through early of Depeche Mode albums, work hard on in your memory and so on? Okay, and hit there we go. And the countdown has begun. I've got 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes starts now. Yar, that is a good question. If we fast forward to my current Depeche Mode album review, we're currently on Violator at the moment, and Violator is going to probably be about 12 parts, because I've done the first 3 parts. The next part's going to be on the B sides, and then every other subsequent part's going to be, it's going to be 1 episode per song. So every song's going to have its own episode. So in hindsight, I'm looking at it now, and I'm wishing I had given that kind of detail to the previous albums, because when I did the Speak and Spell one, I think that was 1 episode. Then I think the next ones, I think Some Great Reward and Construction Time Again, those were all, I think they were all like 2 episodes. So I'm wishing I'd given the detail and attention to the previous ones. So you never know, we might readdress those later on, just sort of do some, because I've introduced a new thing to my channel now, which I'm calling song reviews, where I did one the other day, which was very well received, with Ultravox Vienna. So where we just focus on one song, I talk about it, show the chords, and then we do a piano improvisation at the end. So that is probably something, because I do realize I've skipped songs like Work Hard and In Your Memory and so on. So how am I doing, Michelle? I've still got 27 seconds left. Woohoo! But that's good. It's good that you've brought my attention to this now, because I think if I ramble on, then no one gets answered. Okay, let's reset. Next question. Craig Hart, do you think Fletch has a spot? I'm going to need more time to answer this question. Do you think that Fletch has a sponsorship with 5 Bananas? Oof. You know, something is quite funny about my girl was asking me the other day. She said, what is it? What she said? What is this thing with Fletch and bananas? She said, Vaughn, did you start that? I said, well, no, I didn't start that, but I have been guilty for kind of adding fuel to the flames. And what happened was, I think Fletch, it was one of the concerts he was at. I think I don't know if he's diabetic, but he was having blood sugar. He just get really tired, and I think the doctor said he needs to keep his insulin levels up. So as a result, he was eating a banana. Now, there's nothing wrong with eating a banana, but I think the problem was, if he had done it discreetly, but he was kind of like, he just got this banana out, and, he was in the middle of a song, and it's like, dude, everyone's got their hands on the keyboards, and you're eating a fucking banana. But I loved that, because I thought that was like really rock and roll. That's like Fletch going, yeah, I'm badass. Yeah. And the fact that he just decided to do that, and he was unashamedly eating the banana. Then, of course, people saw this, and then there was a show after that where I think some fans in the audience, that there was they had a great big giant banana, and they'd blown it up full of air, and they gave it to Dave Gahn, and I think Dave Gahn gave it to Fletch, and that was the reason why Fletch, became known as the Banana King, or whatever it is that he's known for. That was pretty good. Did you see? Just as I finished, I got Michelle. Thank you very much. I think we should actually hire you as an executive coordinator for the channel. There we go. How do you stop this? Okay. Yeah, I think that works well, Michelle. We've got the stopwatch. So great. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, the Fletch banana. The Fletch banana syndrome. Damon Summers, hello brother. Do you think people of a certain age should wear their cap back to front? Do you think people of a certain age should wear their cap back to front? Oh, I'm the reason I'm wearing this hat a lot lately is because I've got what we call lockdown hair, and I have always worn my caps like this. Usually, because when I wear them like this, you can't see. I don't know. I just feel it's. I wear a cap. Okay. Sorry, Michelle. I'm just going to hit the stopwatch quickly. Although this shouldn't take long. So I would wear a cap the normal way around when. When I'm outside, or you're trying to keep the sun off your face. But usually when I'm just wearing a cap to sort of keep my hair out of my face, I wear it like this. Having said that, do you think people of a certain age should wear their cap back to front? How old did you think I was? You think I'm your granddad or something? Okay, that was a quick one, so I can go to reset now. Right, what's the next question? Bonnie Richardson says, stop picking on VG. You are terrible. Well, actually, I'm just going to now officially announce Bonnie Richardson is my head of security. So Bonnie, any problems? We're setting up a team here. Michelle is going to be the executive producer, making sure I do not go off topic, and Bonnie Richardson is our head of security. There we go. Smokewood says I'm an Aries. What are we at here? Son of Hips says laughing out loud. Oh yeah, you're laughing out loud too. There's a banana there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's a few comments here that I'm sort of not privy to. I think it's like in jokes here. Do you think kids should get musical education in school? Here's a question. Oh, okay, Michelle, I'm going to hit the stopwatch for this one because this is going to be a long-winded one again. The question is, do you think kids should get musical education in schools? But compulsory, and go. That's a good question. I like the idea that kids get musical education. There are certain things that are taught in school which I don't think are necessary, and I'm not going to get into. I don't feel anyone should be forced to do anything they don't want to do, but I do think that the educational systems are a lot more flexible now than they were when I was in school. But I still think that traditional educational systems do not recognize individual aptitudes. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of people that are, look, we're all different. And I think with education, there's this kind of need to kind of put everyone in a box. And, you know, we especially saw this when I was in school. It was kind of like, you know, everyone goes to school and it's like, yeah, you've got to learn biology and geography. And some people just weren't good at maths. And then because you weren't good at maths, you were made to feel like you were an idiot. But these people had great aptitude in other areas. But they left school feeling that they were dumb because they couldn't do maths. So I believe education, you know, schools and stuff are better now than these days. Thank God. But to answer your question, should it be taught in school? I think it should be available, but it shouldn't be mandatory. There are certain things that are being like forced down people's throats these days, which I think should not be. I would rather they made music mandatory, but I don't think it should be mandatory. I think it's great to actually, it's great that it is there, but I don't think any of it should, I don't think anything should be mandatory in that way. How am I doing, Michelle? Oh, 11 seconds left. I'm getting good at this now, right? Actually good to get another question in here. Oh, there's just bananas showing up on my feed. Yeah, I'm getting bananaed out here. My mate here, Niflim81 says, "Have a great day, Vaughn. I'm glad to caught the you've caught the end of my stream. Thank you, brother. I hope to see you on the next one." Black Energy Keeper says, "In fact, Dave made a song with Alison from Goldfrapp." Okay, let me read them before I read them out. Raymond Summer says, "Did you like Ronnie from the Blitz Club, and do you know what happened to her?" No, I don't know what happened to her. What happened to her, Ronnie? Was she wearing her cap back to front as well? Was she too old to wear her cap back to front? Asking for a friend. Renee says, "I haven't listened to anything beyond Exciter. I lost track." Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who feel the same as you do on that. Oh, you guys are coming in too enthusiastically now. I can't keep up. Okay. Michelle. Oh, Michelle, my timekeeper, head of production. She's going, "What's the funniest YouTube comment you've seen under a Depeche Mode music video?" The funniest, I can answer this one quickly, Michelle. I won't even need my stopwatch for this. The funniest comment I saw under a Depeche Mode music video was, the funniest one was, someone said, "Depeche Mode without Alan Wilder is not Depeche Mode, it's demo mode." So Depeche Mode without Alan Wilder is demo mode. I thought that was very funny. Okay, Neflim81, you're back. You say one more question. What do you think of the band Classics Nouvelle? I've never heard of that, brother. See, this is the problem when you put yourself out like I've done and you talk about certain things. People tend to think you know a lot more than you actually do. So, sorry, I've never heard of it. But I'm not afraid to admit that I've never heard of it. info@vorty.com. Send me some links. Here's one. Lloyd says, 1980. Lloyd says, "I'm a Sagittarius. Also, any chance of a..." Lloyd says, "I'm a Sagittarius. Any chance of a Right Said Fred song analysis? Particularly, I'm too sexy." Right, there are two answers to this, Lloyd. I almost called you Floyd. Lloyd, okay, sorry, Michelle. I'm just going to hit the stopwatch because this could go on for long. So, there we go. And your 2 minutes start now. Well, first of all, Lloyd, you say you're a Sagittarius. I was talking to a... I won't tell you who it was because it'll take too long. But he used to say, this was a guy who was very into star signs, and he could look at you, and he could, after spending a bit of time with you, he could say to you, are you a Leo? And you could go, yeah. And he'd get it, like, I mean, 9 times out of 10 you get it right. And he said that one of the personality traits of a Sagittarius is that they are very kinky in the bed. They're very kinky in the bedroom. I'm trying to keep this above board here now, so don't worry. We'll keep this PG-13. Yeah, it's quite funny when people kick off about things being not child friendly, but I mean, I've been on the buses here in London, and there's like these kids, and the way they're speaking, I'm like, fucking hell, how do you know about that? But anyway, so I'm still going to try and be respectful here. But anyway, this expert on star signs used to say that Sagittariuses are very kinky in the bedroom. And then the next question is, Lloyd, you're asking about Right Said Fred, I'm Too Sexy. Anyone see a connection here? So yeah, anyway, Lloyd, I'm glad I've informed you as to Sagittarius as being very kinky in the bedroom. And will I do a song analysis on Right Said Fred? Well, if there's enough interest to it, we might do that. But how much time have I got left, Michelle? Oh, 20 seconds, Michelle. I'm doing well now, aren't I? So we'll just hit the reset button, and we're ready for the next question. You guys, what else would you be doing on a Saturday? So much to learn here, isn't there? Next question. Vaughn, who are the most underrated bands in your opinion? You know something? I often say there are bands like Talk Talk is an underrated band, but I've changed that to, you know, I often hear people send me their demos and stuff, and there are bands that are unsigned that have been going for a long time, and I can show you, and I can mention, and I hear of a lot of bands that are unsigned, and I think there are a lot of people who are just underrated. But then, of course, that's an subjective thing, because I might say someone's overrated, someone will say they're underrated, but yeah, there are a few artists that I feel that are underrated, and there are artists that I feel are overrated. But then again, it really depends who I'm talking to, because some people will disagree with me. Next question, Vexillary. Hello, Vaughn. Can you give some insight into logistics of creating and distributing the Gareth Jones vinyls on Aggro Monkey? Did you have to remaster? Any tips on picking pressing plants? Thanks. Very good question, brother. Or sister, I'm not sure. Hit the stopwatch. There we go, Michelle. 2 minutes. Your question is, can I give insight into the logistics of creating and distributing the Gareth Jones vinyl? Well, I'll tell you what. It's been a real sort of learning curve for me, because obviously I've had the Aggro Monkey Records label for a while, and that, you know, that's just been a like an avenue for me to release my music under. So when I interviewed Gareth Jones the first time, he talked about this is his debut album. I said, are you going to release this on vinyl? He said no. And I said, okay, well, possibly, you know, come onto my channel. I'm sure we can get people to crowdfund it if they're interested. And that was the thing. We didn't shove it down people's throats. We just said, look, guys, if you want this on vinyl, we can do it. Anyway, long story short, there was enough interest. We've got the funding. The pressing is going ahead. But it is a real learning curve for me, because with the vinyl pressing, you know, we're having Alex Wharton from Abbey Road do the vinyl cut. So it was mastered, but now Alex Wharton has to do the vinyl cut. Now the vinyl cut is very important, and then what you do is you get what they call a lacquer, and the lacquer needs to be transferred into acetate in a very short period, otherwise it degrades. And so it's a real learning curve. But I can tell you what, I'm using all the vinyl, there are no vinyl pressing plants in the UK anymore. They are all done in Eastern Europe. So although the order is dealt through a UK company, the lacquers are sent to Eastern Europe, where all the factories are. So I hope that answers your question. Did we have to remaster? Yeah, it was. As I say, Alex Wharton from Abbey Roads has done the remaster because, Gareth was very. Oh, sorry, Michelle. I'll just get in the last line. Gareth was very because this record of his, the bottom end was very, very important. And as you know, when you're working digitally, you can really slam the bottom end, but it's like there are physical limitations on vinyl. And so it was very important that we got a very good vinyl cutter. So Alex Wharton from Abbey Road is the man. And I might, hopefully when I release my album, if there's enough interest from you guys, then hopefully get him to do the vinyl cut as well. I hope that answers your question, brother or sister. I can't tell from your name there. Right, Michelle, you're back there. Oh, whew, I thought you were having a go at me. I'm sorry, I ran over the 2-minute mark, Michelle. You said, I love driving around town San Diego, blasting Depeche Mode in the car with the windows down. Never Let Me Down Again is one of the best car blasting songs. I get funny looks, but I don't care. Well, Michelle, you are absolutely rock and roll. You're 19 years old and you're listening to Depeche Mode. You're blasting Never Let Me Down Again. You're playing old people's music in your car and you don't give a damn. I will drink to that. No, that's great. You know something? One thing you learn when you get older is you care less of what other people think. And that's not to say you should go around being offensive, but when you get older, you know when you're younger and you look at this older person, you go, why is he wearing those trainers? Those are so uncool. Well, he's wearing those trainers because they're comfortable. And that's the great thing about getting older is you don't give a damn. But what I'm saying to you is, if you're 19 years old and you're not succumbing to peer pressure, you've got a head start. And that's great. And you say you love... Oh, Michelle also says, I love blasting Master and Servant to troll people. Michelle, if you've not joined the Vaughn George Facebook group, you need to go and join it there. You sound like just the kind of mad person we endorse having in there, so please join. Right, Sarkak, do you like Burial, Clean Bandit, or Sophie? Once again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. I'm assuming that, I feel like I'm in school. When people said, they say, have you heard of six steps away from the Mars canister? I'm just making that up, by the way. You go, what is 6 steps away from the Mars canister? Dude, it's a band. Have you not heard of it? And I feel like that on this channel. When people ask me about bands I've never heard of, I feel like, oh my God, am I that far out of touch? Sorry, brother, no. Once again, send me your links to info@vorty.com and I'll check them out. I'm going to have a lot of emails to go through. You do know that for the next week, I'm just going to be checking out links and emails thanks to this live stream. Right, let's have a look here. Classics Novare, criminally underrated, you say. Smokewood, do you think Depeche Mode should get a Brit Award for Lifetime Achievement, and do you think they would want it? Have you seen the standards of the artists at the Brit Awards? I think it's more of an insult than anything. So no, fuck the Brit Awards. But Martin Gore did get an award, probably a long time, probably going back 15-20 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. He got an award. He got an award for an outstanding achievement towards songwriting. He did get that award, and I think when he got that award, a lot of people said it was great. It was a long time coming. So, but yeah, the Brit Awards, you can, and even Depeche Mode. I think when they got, put into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I don't even, they've got nothing to prove, so it's a nice gesture, but it's not going to change their life. But, if I was Depeche Mode and they wanted to give me a Brit Award, I would just tell them to shut up their fucking asses. Because, yeah, that's how much I feel about the Brit Awards. To me, the Brit Awards it's kind of like, it's like being given a Eurovision Excellence Award. It's like, yeah, you can have it. Napalm says, Martin, laugh now. Yeah, I think we should do a record with Martin Gore laughs. Where it's like every song with a Martin Gore laugh. So if it's just can't get enough, it's dun dun dun. Oh. So if it's dun 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 dun, notice how I have to hit it on the keyboard when I do it. Otherwise I can't do it. So we go dun 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 dun. But then what we do is we sample the Martin Gore laugh into the keyboard, so it's yeah. What an interesting concept album that will be. Sarkak says, have you ever thought of buying Depeche Mode memorabilia like Martin's chain vest? Or Martin's, or Alan Wilder's hair? No, I've never thought of doing that. Why? Are you guys suggesting I wear Martin's string vest with my back to front cap? I'm always looking for ways to influence and to become the next outstanding icon, so... No, I've never thought of buying any of those things, but yeah. So, Lloyd says, you mentioned in past conversations about branching into 90s music. Would that be genres such as Eurodance, house and trance? Well, I think, Lloyd, no. I think when I said 90s music, I meant more things like, you know, we might talk about things like Orbital, the Chemical Brothers, and even more commercial stuff like the Shaman, Underworld. You know, there's like that 90s. In Europop, we're just gonna, Although I've got a bit of a guilty pleasure for Europop, but I'm trying to build credibility here. Yeah. But so, you know, 90s dance, because it is synthesizer related. We're definitely gonna branch into that. Okay. Looks like you guys aren't gonna let me go. Let me see. Have you ever heard of Classics Nouvelle? I've heard of the name, but I'm not familiar with the music, no. Sarkak, on average, who's better on music, the Irish or the English? I think the Irish win, and why the Scottish lags so much behind? Oh, that's a very political question. Yeah, you're on the island. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I can't answer that, and I don't want to either. Not while I'm living in England. I tell you, if I move abroad, I might answer that, but I could get lynched here. We don't want some Irish people to say, "Oh, you're taking the fucking side of the English people. Fuck you, you English twat." Oh, we don't want any of that now, do we? That was my Irish accent. What do you guys think? As you see, that is why I'm not going to quit my day job and become a comedian or an actor. You'll be pleased to know. Right. Bonnie says, not an image I ever wanted, Vaughn. Well, Bonnie, you don't want to see me in a string vest with my cap back to front. I mean, you know, you guys, I could wear the cap like that, you know, sideways, you know, really. I could just start a new trend here, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind doing it for the kids, you know what I mean? Somebody's got to do it. Right. George says, rated PG for please go. But it's please go. Yes. Thank you very much. We'll be here all week. William Lavagna says, Simple Minds. Yeah, Simple Minds, yeah. Are you talking about me? No, Simple Minds were great, and I do get asked a lot to talk about that. Question from Smokewood: do you think Depeche Mode should get a Brit Award for lifetime? And I think I already answered that, and I said no. I think they can shove the Brit Awards up their asses, because the Brit Award. The reason I say that is because the Brit Awards used to mean something, but if you look at the standards of what a Brit Awards are these days, it's more of an insult than in anything else. So no, don't want the Brit Awards. Bonnie said she does not want to imagine Lloyd in bed. Carlos Garcia says, Vaughn, you were born a rambling man. Well, you know, you've got to have the lingo if you want to run a channel, man. You've got to be able to talk. This is good practice for me. Thank you. Steve Willing says there seems to be a bit more 80s influences creeping into contemporary music. Yes, there is. And I do like this song by The Weeknd. What's it called? Blinding Lights. Very, very good. I do think... I think it's great because I just love the way they've paid homage to the 80s in a good way, and it's a great pop song. The Weeknd is a great artist. I don't know what the fuck he's done to his face, and there was no reason to do that, but that's another story. Evil Genius, have you seen the Carpool Karaoke with Sir Paul McCartney by accident? Yeah, I know the Carpool Karaoke. I haven't seen the one with Paul McCartney though. Yeah, I'm assuming you'll send me the link. So yeah, send the link to info@vorty.com. Right, we'll take a couple of questions, and then I'm going to go and have my breakfast. It's now, oh my god, look at the time. It is 6:30 here. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Rock and roll life. Well, I've had a couple of dark rums and coke, but Michelle Zoo says Depeche Mode Carpool Karaoke. Could do. I think they should get Fletch involved in that, shouldn't we? I think you mean the Beatles. Do I think the Beatles are the best band? Actually, I actually think the Beatles are overrated, and I know I know that's a very blasphemous thing to say, because people are always on it. I mean, the Beatles are great, yes, they are, but my God, they just. I know a lot of bands from that period that were, to me, just as good, but everything's the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles. So, yeah. Here's a question from Nujet. Are you going to get Brian Griffin to design your new album cover? No. I've got a very, very good designer. My guy who designed my VG cover, you know, the VG Remember Me, he's actually done album designs for Alan Wilder as well. So, because I was a fanboy when he approached me and he said he's done album covers for Alan Wilder. I'll admit to being a fanboy and saying, "Oh," but no, I think you'll agree he's a great designer. But no, I couldn't afford Brian Griffin. No, it'd be too expensive, and yeah. Unless you guys want to fund it, but no, I'm not going to spend that kind of money on an album cover. As Vince Clarke was moaning in the documentary for Speak and Spell, Brian Griffin charged £1,000 in 1981. And if you apply that to the current rate of inflation, that's equivalent to like £4,000 these days. That's about, for America, about $7,000 for an album cover. So no. I'm sure Brian's worth every penny, but nah. And I could ask for mates rates, but not going to do that. George says that face thing was only for the newest music video in order to mock celebrities. Okay, I've lost you there. Michelle, again, is Depeche Mode your favorite band, or is it actually something else? Now, my favorite band is Vorty. No, I'm joking. No, my favorite is Depeche Mode my favorite band. You know, I own more. I suppose if ownership, it kind of determines what your favorite band is, then yeah, I'd say Depeche Mode is my favorite band because I own more Depeche Mode albums than any other band, so I'd have to say that. And of course we talk about them a lot on this channel, so right, let's just say, do I like Sushi and the Banshees? Yes, I do. William Leveg says, Professor of Rock made a video yesterday complaining about people saying that the Beatles are overrated. I have to agree with him. Oh, what, the Professor of Rock said the Beatles are overrated? Wow, he said that. I mean, the Professor of Rock is... I've seen a few of his videos. He's very good at what he does. I'm surprised he said that because every video of him I've seen... You know, I don't mean this in a bad way. He's just a very kind guy, and he just seems to just like say lovely things about everyone. I've just never ever seen any edge from him. The fact that he said the Beatles are overrated is good on you, man. I agree with that. The Professor of Rock, he just always seems to be too nice. He's just like, he's that nice guy that will never say anything bad. But the fact that he's said the Beatles are overrated, I'm like, yeah, man, I do think the Beatles are really fucking overrated. Big time. And that's not to say they're not good, but it's just like, oh, can we please stop talking about the Beatles now, please? I can mention a lot of other bands that were great that don't get as near as much of a mention, and they really are, you know, deserving of that mention. So yeah, no, William, I agree. I think the Beatles are overrated. Secret Synth Symphony. Do you have a favorite synth? No. I don't. It's I use I have a lot of I have a lot of soft spots for certain synthesizers, but I don't have a certain a favorite one. They just you know, I mean, I'm a little bit like a high school boy, in the sense that I can fall in love with a you know when you're in high school and you can fall in love with a different girl every day. I'm a bit like that with synthesizers. I can be like working on something, I'll be like, oh my god, I love this, it's the best synthesizer ever, and then the next day I cheat on it and I'm in love with another synthesizer. So that's a good analogy. My love for synthesizers is kind of like a high school boy's sex drive. It's kind of like, I can fall in love with this girl, but then the next day I'll fall in love with that girl. And I'm like that with synthesizers. Today I'll love this one, tomorrow I'll love that one. But yeah, I mean, I don't actually have any preferences. You know, it also boils down to just working, you know, there is no synthesizer that is great for everything. You know, they all have their pros and cons. Michelle Zoo says, what do you think of Aphex Twin? Yeah, dig it. I do like it. I dig it. Noyet says mates rates. I think you're asking, are you asking about Brian Griffin doing me mates rates? You see, the thing is, man, I never want to put a strain on a friendship. If I went to Brian and I said, Brian, I want an album cover, can you do me mates rates? I'm sure he'd do me a special rate. But, yeah, I mean, it's not something, it's not, you know, man, never, you know, maybe in the future. But not now. Larson, what producer would be the best for the next Depeche Mode album? That's a good question. I have put that up as a sort of like a poll on a forum on my Facebook group. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people always say the obvious choice would be like Trent Reznor or Alan Wilder. But then again, I understand why the band, probably, I think Martin Gore is the main sort of, well, he is the main driving force in the band. I can understand why he has chosen the recent producers he has, because I think for Martin, he's not going to approach someone who's a real fanboy. He's going to really approach, I think Martin likes to approach people who are not obvious choices, and that way you can get something more interesting out of it. And that is why I was always fascinated by, you know, if you look at, like, they used Flood for 2 records, they used Dave Bascombe only did 1 record, although Dave Bascombe was more of an engineer rather than a producer. Apparently, if you want to say Music for the Masses was really produced, if you want to say, you can go back to my interview with Dave Bascombe. Alan Wilder actually produced Music for the Masses, if you think of it. Dave Bascombe was more of the producer, or the engineer, but it was Alan who was clearly in the driving seat. And you can go back to my videos and you can see there was a straight out question I asked Dave, and he said no. You know, it was Alan that was driving this. Absolutely. Yeah, so I always think there's this thing where people go, oh yeah, you know, Trent or something like that. But I was surprised though that Depeche Mode used Ben Hillier for 3 albums. Nothing wrong with Ben Hillier, but I just thought after the second time they should have switched it up a bit. But the last album was done by James Ford, and I think I'll be surprised if they used him again. If they use him again, so I don't know. Trevor Horn. Right. Brian Griffin or Mr. Moneypants? Right. Oh, you guys aren't going to let me go, are you? Right. Hi, Vaughn. Do you know what Alan is doing? Yeah, Alan is living in Surrey and enjoying being a father. Am I interested in doing any plans of Recoil? Yes, I will not get away with that because no one will let me get away with that. Yes, I will do Recoil reviews, definitely. Bonnie Richardson says Kiss is her favourite band. Was that thing they do with the tongue? That's very crude. I don't want to do that and scare the people away, yeah, so. George says, thank you for such a detailed Q&A, Vaughn, take care. You know, man, I thank you, George. I had this from the last Q&As I did. People said, dude, you spent 4 hours. And I went, gee, dude, I mean, my community are worth it, man. It's the least I can do. Bonnie says, whenever you answer to a question, which is a no, you should say no in the Fletch voice.
No. No.
That's it, Bonnie. From now on, every time I say
No.
it's a Fletch voice. Yeah, it's kind of like a
No.
school teacher.
No.
What do you think of the Prophet 5 synth made by Korg? Awesome. Awesome. Bloody awesome. Michelle, again. On the inside cover of the Violator vinyl, there is a picture of the band and Martin is kissing a naked woman. Martin, you kinky bastard. Yeah, he is. Well, he's hugging her. He's not kissing her. God, he is such a Martin is such a kinky bastard, isn't he? I've actually got t-shirts that say Martin, you kinky bastard. Haven't sold one of those, funny enough. Anyway, I think the design maybe sucked. The slogan's good, but I think the design needs a bit of tweaking. Hello from a friend of mine. I think he's a Russian. I cannot read the name, but he says, hello, Vaughn. I like your version of Crockett's theme. Thank you, brother. I'm very proud of that version of Crockett's theme I did. And that it was that version of Crockett's theme that inspired me to start my new VG project where I do that kind of music, which is very different to my Vorti stuff. But yeah, I'm very proud of that version. Thank you. Nujet said, are there any upcoming albums from artists you're looking forward to? I'm excited to hear Gary Numan's new album. Yeah, I'm excited to hear Gary Numan's new album too. I've reached out to Gary Numan. I was put in touch with him through one of my subscribers and a friend of mine, and I've been in contact. So I'm hoping to, the idea was I would hopefully interview Gary Numan when he came to the UK this year. So fingers crossed, man. I'd like to do that for you guys. But I'd love to do a Geek Talk series with. I want to interview Gary for my piano keyboard artist, and then do a Geek Talk interview with him and Aid Fenton if possible, and possibly even a stage walk to check out the setup. But yeah. Which Depeche Sarkak one says, which Depeche Mode song should be sent on a rover to Mars for a deep space probe? You mean to scare aliens away or to tell the aliens we're there? I don't know. That's a good question, though. I like the question. Marciej Klimko, hello, says, have you ever thought that it would be good if Depeche Mode were to end, as it would force Martin to create his own album. Yeah, would if Depeche Mode? Yeah, that's a very good question, Marciesh. I've often thought that, you know, Dave did say on interviews that when he looks back at the videos one day and he looks at himself and goes, I can see the cracks starting to show, that will mean it's time to end. That shows that Dave Vaughn does actually have the self-awareness to kind of look at himself and go, okay, I need to stop now. And I respect him for that. And when that day comes, I think there is scope for Martin to do a lot of solo stuff, because when I saw Martin doing his solo tour here, I mean 2003 or 4 in the UK, when he did his Counterfeit performance, you know, him as a performer, he's not a animated performer, you know, he just stands at the mic and sings. He doesn't move around. He's definitely not like, he's not as energized as Dave Vaughn, certainly nowhere near. But he has a certain enigma, so he doesn't need to do that, you know, that animated stuff. But yeah, and it's because of that I think Martin will continue long after Depeche Mode's departure, I should think. Martin Liska, hello brother. Oh, you've disappeared. Okay. So I'm just trying to find your question again, brother. Sorry about that. What is your Ultra album opinion? Oh, what do I think about the Ultra album? I think Ultra's a great album, and I've always liked it, but these days I absolutely love it. I think it's a very, very strong album. Very, very strong. And full respect to Martin, because he was kind of... Yeah, he was kind of like the... He kind of did that all by himself, really, if you think of it. I mean, Fletch, there's no musical input there, and Dave was in an absolute state. So I think Martin kind of carried that himself. So yeah, it's a great album. Pierce says, I'd like to have a look at one of these Martin You Kinky Bastard t-shirts. You know something? I did actually have them on my store, but I took them down because no one actually bought them. But I think the design was a bit shitty. I mean, I think it'd be great to actually walk there with a t-shirt that says Martin You Kinky Bastard. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I think we should just work on the design. But I'm going to unveil everything soon, and yeah. I would just love to be walking down the street one day and see someone walking with a t-shirt towards me. Say, Martin, you kinky bastard. Think of that. That is such a random thing. Imagine, you know, you see people in the streets and they wear all kinds of t-shirts. But imagine you're standing in a grocery store and you're standing at the checkout and you're waiting to pay. And the guy in front of you's got a t-shirt that says... Martin, you kinky bastard. It can only happen here, guys. It can only happen here. Right. I was reading the comments on Depeche Mode's Personal Jesus video, and somebody said my grandmother was one of the girls in this video. Time does fly. Oh, wow. Yeah, because you know, you look at those girls and you go, who are they? You don't realize they are grandmothers now, aren't they? Bonnie Richardson said, "What's the link to your T-shirt store? I don't see it in your website." Yeah, no, I've kind of pulled it all down, Bonnie, but I'm going to sort of re-release it again. But yeah, there is stuff available there, so. I know some people have bought the stuff before, but I will release it again. Thank you. Here's a question. What is your Depeche Mode alarm clock song? Meaning, is that a song that like gets me out of bed? This is going to actually be a surprise to you guys. I don't actually ever listen to their music anymore. Not unless I'm analyzing it for a video. I don't. It's not something I listen to anymore. I really don't. So yeah. Dun 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 dun. John Contreras says, "Hi from Colombia. What's your opinion on Depeche Mode's tribute? What's your opinion on Depeche Mode tributes bands?" You know something, John? I think Forced to Mode are absolutely phenomenal. They're not a lot of the tribute bands. They actually try and dress up and look like the bands, and I don't really like that. I just think it's a bit hit and miss. But Forced to Mode, they don't try and look like Depeche Mode. To them, it's more important to sound like Depeche Mode. However, the fact that Christian looks exactly like Devotional Dave and sounds exactly like him is an added bonus. Now, I've said it earlier on in tonight's live stream. Well, it started off as today's live stream. It has now gone into the night, so it's now tonight's live stream. If you're a member of my Patreon community, or if you want to join the Patreon community, there for you to have deeper, deeper access and deeper content. And tomorrow at 7 o'clock, we're going to be interviewing Christian from Forced to Mode. He's actually going to be a special guest on Zoom. So all my patrons and I are going to get on there with Christian. You can meet him. So it's funny you should mention that, because Forced to Mode, I think, they're the first. When you talk about Depeche Mode tribute, they're the ones that come up to me, first. And of course there was Milwaukee Mode. Shame the lead singer passed away, sadly. But I don't understand what the deal was with Milwaukee Mode. I don't think they were. I mean, it was obviously a joke. I don't think they were taking themselves seriously. I mean, I'd be horrified if they were, but yeah. But yeah, there was a market for it. Black Energy Keeper. Talking about Martin's Laugh, there is a track from the 90s by Josh Wink called Don't Laugh. Maybe someone should make a version with that, with Martin's Laugh. Well, maybe I should do that, yeah. Peter McCullough, Depeche Mode song for aliens. I come up to meet you, up there somewhere. When I rush to greet you, my soul is bed. Peter, 10 out of 10, brother. That's brilliant. Very, very clever. And that just goes to show how Martin's lyrics can be used in so many different contexts, if there is such a word. Vaughn, do you drink, and how often? I like to drink. Sometimes I fall off chairs. No, I'm not a big drinker, no. I'm more of a social drinker. So I occasionally have a session, like tonight. And this isn't something I would have done in the beginning days of my channel, but I'm more comfortable with you guys now, so I feel I don't need. I can be more relaxed and let my guard down. Oh, what do I drink and how often? Well, at the moment I'm drinking dark rum and Coke, Captain Morgan. Yeah, I do like a good dark rum. Drom says, is there a Depeche Mode convention soon? Just like a Star Trek convention? I don't know. There probably is, but this... we in the UK are quite boring. And I don't know if it's the grass is greener on the other side, but I always look at my mates over there in Berlin and places like that, and I feel like they're having so much fun. But then they go, no, Vaughn, it's not that great. We feel you're having so much fun, so I don't know. Pierre says... You have a great keyboard playing technique. Oh, thank you, Pierre. I will send you that tenner later on PayPal. Excuse me, Pierre. I'm gonna answer that question. I'm just gonna request another drink quickly. Oh, if I can just find the name on the text here. Excuse me. Pierre, you were saying... yeah, and having a drink for me is usually just like a weekend thing, or every now and then. It's not something it's kind of like a when I'm feeling up for it, and I'm feeling like it tonight. So, and I'm glad to have you guys with me. Right, so I just want to get back to Pierre's question. Pierre says, you have great keyboard playing technique. Oh, thank you, Pierre. I love you too, brother. Are you classically trained muso? Ooh. How many hours do you recommend practice? Pierre, you're obviously new to the channel because I mention this a lot on my channel. I didn't used to, but I do mention it a lot now, is that I'm not classically trained. I've never had a piano lesson in my life. I'm just winging it. And how many hours do I recommend you practice every day? Well, when I'm coaching students, in the first lesson I teach them about the 10,000 hour rule, and they say that it takes 10,000 hours to learn any skill with mastery. So I find, depending on your situation and your age and everything, I would say a minimum of an hour a day, and your practice needs to be focused on a particular. Whereas it's good to just play. It's good to actually, ideally, I think concert pianists can practice up to 9 hours a day, but that's a different thing. But ideally, if you can, 2 hours a day would be great. So it's 1 hour on just sort of general playing and jamming, and then another hour on focused, broken up into 2 hour blocks. If you're interested, you can hit me on info@vorti.com. Obviously, I do personal coaching. So you can hit me and you can see if it's for you. But yeah, minimum of 2 hours a day. And once again, it depends on where you are. But to answer your question, I've never studied music in my life, and some people find that quite strange. Right. Let's have a next question. Yeah. Dronf, I like this waveguide monitor speakers. What kind of speakers do I use? If you're talking in my studio here, those are Neumann KH120s. They are, well, I should ask them to give me some money for saying this, but no, I will say this because this is true. They are absolutely amazing. What I love about them is they're front ported. I prefer the front ported speakers, even though they're far enough from the wall. But anyway, forgetting about the technicalities, these are just absolutely amazing. The definition, and my records, there's no such thing as a perfectly flat monitor, but these to me are the closest thing that I've ever come to something being nearly perfect. Thank you. So yeah, these are, I do recommend those. They're expensive. They're about £800 a speaker, but yeah, they're phenomenal. I really swear by them. Right, any more questions here? Alan Montgomery says, try playing the B side, Oh the Third Chimpanzee, at 45 RPM. It's brilliant. Yeah, that's funny, Alan, because I was saying about this because I did a video where I did the unboxing of this record, the Third Chimpanzee, and I was surprised. A little piece of paper fell out and it said, to enjoy this record, ensure that you play, I can't remember, but the one side is 33 RPM and the other side is 45 RPM. And I'd never ever, I've been around for a long time, but I've never ever seen that. I've never known a vinyl, where you've got the. I've seen some vinyls where it's like a double vinyl. You get a double LP, and the one record plays at 45, and the other one plays at 33. But I've never ever seen a vinyl record, where the one side is 33 and the other side is 45. That was just mind blowing. And of course, then I put out the question to all the geeks, and of course, a lot of people came back and said, "No, this is, that's quite a common thing." But I've never ever come across that. But yeah, I'll take your advice. I sometimes do this. I sometimes play vinyls at different speed. Here's a bit of interesting information for you. If you take the song Jolene from Dolly Parton, Jolene, 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 I'm big. Anyway, if you take that song and you play it at you got to take the 45 RPM and then play it. So the single, if you take that and play it at the 33 RPM, so the single, which is meant to play at 45, play it at 33. Man, you've actually go onto YouTube and just Google that. Go on YouTube and just go Dolly Parton, Jolene, and played at lower speed. I'm sure someone's actually done that, but someone actually did that, played that for me once, and man, it sounds amazing. It just sounds like you get like these male black vocalists, and they've just got that like amazingly deep, rich voice, like a Barry White. It sounds like that. It sounds fucking amazing. Yeah. How do I know all this shit? Yeah, but yeah, you want to do that. It's interesting. Okay, where are we doing with these questions now? Michelle Zhu. Oh, Michelle's still here. How am I doing, Michelle? Am I still keeping up on touch? Yep. She hasn't had a go at me yet. I'm still keeping to my 2-minute window. Have you ever heard Depeche Mode in a movie soundtrack? If so, what did you think? I've heard Personal Jesus in I have heard Depeche Mode in a few movies before, but I can't remember which movies they were. I just know that every time I watch a movie and there's Depeche Mode music, I'm like, oh my god, it's Depeche Mode. But yeah, I was always pleasantly surprised. And I want to always give full respect to I think they're called music supervisors. Those are the people who choose the music for... Yeah, the person who chooses music for TV and movies is called a music supervisor. So yeah, I tend to give them top marks for that. But then again, when it's appropriate. Let's have a look here. Where are we now? Vaughn, the glass handing reminds me of the Monty Python's Deja Vu. Is that the way I'm holding my glass here? I do apologize. Nick Lewis, Vaughn, if you could remix just one Depeche Mode track, which would it be? Now, having said that, I have done a remix of the music for the masses. You know, whenever I do a series on this channel, I like to do a remix myself. So I can't, once again, you know, it's very difficult for me to answer a question like that because I'm such a lover of this band and all their songs, and well, not all their songs, but most of their songs. So I can't really think of anything that jumps to mind. But have a look out of this. For my current Violator album review series, people have commented on the music that I'm using as the, you know, for the titles, you know, and what I did with that, I programmed that from scratch using some of their samples. You know, I programmed the bass line and all that stuff, and I will be releasing that soon because, you know, by popular demand. So I hope that answers your question. So Michelle, I'm not actually using the stopwatch anymore, but I think I am keeping it within the 2-minute mark now. So thank you for holding me accountable. Right, keep me accountable. Unexpert says, Vaughn, you're the English pirate. 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yo, yo, ho. And the bottle of... I'm getting a bit of a reputation here now, yeah. I'm going to have to get a bottle of rum out on my channels from now on. I'm not usually this laid back on my YouTube live streams, I'll be honest. I'm a lot more laid back on my... You know, when you join... If you join the Patreon community, I'm a lot more laid back. But, you know... I feel very comfortable with my community here, so, and love you all, guys. Really, thank you so much for being there for me. Marson says, Vaughn, have you been talking to Anton Corbijn reps to take him on an interview about the Violator years of the band? No, I haven't. It's quite difficult. You know, at this point in the channel, I'm glad that we, you know, getting an interview with Brian was fairly easy because, you know, we live together. Well, we don't live together. He lives in the same community that I do. And, you know, I love Brian dearly. He's such a easy to get along with person. But because I'd raised the profile there, it was easier to get interviews with people like Peter Kerr and then Dave Bascombe and then Gareth Jones. But I've spoken to Gareth because Gareth is the only one who knows where Flood is, Mark Ellis Flood. But Gareth said to me, look, you know, he's not trying to discourage me, but he said, Vaughn, it's highly unlikely that Flood would take an interview. Because I think Flood is a bit like Gareth Jones. They've spoken so much about Depeche Mode, they don't want to talk about it anymore. So, coming to your question, Marcin, I think it's the same with Anton Corbijn. You know, because these guys are such big hitters. And this is one thing, as far as the YouTube channel goes, what's important to me and what I've managed to sort of achieve with this channel, and if you're here, you're part of that success, is I've managed to achieve a very close-knit community, and that is more important to me than having a channel of 2 million subscribers. But having said that, I'm always trying to get more subscribers on board, because I know that there are a lot more people that are hungry for this kind of content. And also, it's just that, unfortunately, it is a numbers game. Very often these people, like the Anton Corbijns and stuff, they'll look at you and go, oh, he's got 17,000 subscribers, not interested. So that is why I'm always trying to grow the channel. But within that growing the channel, it is far more important to me to have a solid community. The numbers will come, but to me the integrity and the core and the sincerity of the channel is so much more. I don't ever want you guys to say to me, oh my god, you've sold out. I remember the days when you used to drink rum and talk to us. Now you don't even want to talk to us anymore. So yeah, the integrity is and the sincerity is much more important to me. William, I have transforms it. Okay, I don't understand that. That's obviously an in-joke. Nick Lewis. Kylie's I Should Be So Lucky at 33 BPM sounds like Rick Astley. That's very interesting, Nick. And that's probably because obviously it's the same songwriter. And this was an interesting thing about Rick Astley as well. Rick Astley had an amazing... I'm not a fan, but, he's a very nice guy as a person. But he's got a great voice. I remember Pete Waterman saying the first time Pete Waterman said when Rick Astley first came in, he was this 19-year-old geeky, pale, gingerhead kid. And Pete Waterman said when he opened his mouth, he said he sounds like a 55-year-old black male baritone. And that was the appeal of Rick Astley. He was no oil painting, but my God, he could sing. And yeah. Never gonna give. Peter McCullough, if I could remix just one Depeche Mode track, it would be great, but I can't. Yeah, people always ask me. I personally am not a fan of remixes. I like to do my own original stuff. But that's just me, man. Bonnie Richardson, she's here again. She's causing trouble. Oh, no, sorry. She usually causes trouble, but she's been hired as my head of security. Thank you, Bonnie. I just found you and I lost you. Bonnie says, but Not Tonight was in one movie. Yeah, but Not Tonight was in some kind of cheesy American movie. I forget what it was. Yeah, Alan Wilder was not happy about But Not Tonight because America chose to push But Not Tonight as a single to promote Black Celebration, and Alan Wilder was super duper pissed off about that because Stripped was the single, and this was back in the day when they said no, the Americans aren't going to get this. We need to give them something more upbeat, and I think it was Fletch that said, "How can you be so condescending towards Americans?" And that was I think that was more the British mentality, like, oh no, we can't give this to the Americans, they aren't going to get it, need to give them something really cheesy, which I think is very insulting. And in my time in this channel, I've realized, I always knew that America are a huge market for Depeche Mode, but since I've done this channel, I'm actually blown away by how hardcore the American fans are. I knew they're big in America, but not as big as I realized. This is the kind of comments I love. Ralph says, hey, you're great. Ralph, you're great too. I don't know if you're aiming that at me, but I'll take it, brother. I'll take it. Bless you. You Nishu says, "Come on, Michelle, you're slacking. Vaughn is super rambling mode. Get him back in line." Yeah, I don't know. I think Michelle's fallen asleep there. What's it? I don't. Well, mind you, I don't think I've gone over the 2-minute mark yet. I think I've been quite good. But thank you, and I've got 2 of you on me, Michelle. If I'm slacking, let me know, girl. Right. Pierre Jamil says Modern Girls. I think, yeah, was Modern Girls, was that the movie in which But Not Tonight was played? Michelle is telling me to stop rambling. Okay, sorry, Michelle. Okay, Michelle has said I must get the stopwatch back on. Okay, there we go. Let's get... Okay, Michelle, we've got the stopwatch again. Next question. Right. Pierre Jameau says, "This is the movie whose soundtrack features But Not Tonight." Great song, by the way. Okay. The song was called Modern Girls, not Stop Rambling. Okay, there we go. Okay, next question. Bonnie Richardson, my head of security. "Leos give commands, they don't take commands." Thank you, Bonnie. You know, so Bonnie has... Okay, I might need to hit the stopwatch for this. Bonnie has always been one of my fiercest allies ever since she got onto this channel. You know, when certain people come on and they just like stand out, they kind of like... Yeah, anyway. You can send me that tenner later for saying that, Bonnie. But yeah, my head of security. What? I think what Bonnie's saying is, no one puts Vor... What was the line from Dirty Dancing? No one puts baby in the corner. Go on, Bonnie, you need to say, no one puts Vorty in the corner. Anyway, no, that's good. 1 minute 30. That was good. Right. On to the next question. If you Google Not Tonight on YouTube, you will see the video. That's right. Okay. And, oh yeah. And there we go. Nephilim81, who actually said they were leaving the chat about an hour ago. You're still here and you've come back to say, I love you. Well, I love you too, my friend. I'm trying to get away. The questions just keep coming here. You know, I see these... Look, I don't do YouTube. I don't do these live streams often, but I do see other YouTubers, and I don't compare myself to other YouTubers, but there are other YouTubers who do these live streams, and I see them like popping up for like, you know, big YouTubers who've got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and I see them pop up for like these 20-minute live chats, and then they just piss off, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Show some respect to the community. Right. Ralph says, what do you think about the first 2 albums of the German Camouflage? You know something, Ralph? I get a lot of hell from people for not talking about Camouflage, but obviously I know The Great Commandment, and I've heard a few songs of theirs. From what I've heard, I've really liked. I thought they're really great, but I just haven't taken the time to study them. So from what I've heard, I like. I'll put it to you this way. Oh, sorry, Michelle. I'm going to get on to the next question now. Cheers, Ralph. Right, Sarkak. Would you interview Gordine? Sorry. Sorry. Cut. Oh, this is live. Yeah. Would you interview Gordina, and what would be the most daring question you would ask? Okay. Yes, I would interview Gordina. What's the most daring question I would ask? I'd be like, Peter, you do realize that when you're on the stage, you're playing keyboards for Depeche Mode. You're not playing keyboards for Liza Minnelli. You said you loved me, or were you just being kind? Or am I losing my mind? Because I do think when he's up there and he does that thing, and I do think he gets so into the moment that he's Okay, Michelle, I'm going to hit the stopwatch because I'm going to go on a tangent here, so there we go. 2 minutes. I do think he goes on a bit of a tangent sometimes where he gets so involved that he forgets that this is Depeche Mode, and he gets into a little bit of Liza Minnelli, and it gets a bit too jazzy. And we all know you all know what I feel about jazz, and I'm just like, oh, just Peter, please, oh Peter, oh no, it's, you know, it just gets it just gets a bit too jazzy sometimes, and yeah, I'm not a fan. But I mentioned this, and if you guys watched the video I did with Espen Kraft yesterday, the reaction video I did with Espen Kraft was reading that article from the October 1986 edition of Keyboard Magazine, and they were asking Alan Wilder in that publication, you know, do you change the sounds and stuff? And Alan Wilder said in there, what I've always said was, there is no room for improvisation in this band, you know, because it's, and it must be quite, I don't want to say boring, but you know, you as a keyboard player, when you get up there every night, you have to play it the same way every night, because you're playing over a backing track, which is, you know, a backing track is set. It's not like when you're playing with a drummer and a bassist, sometimes they're a bit faster and slower. You know, you're essentially got someone who's pushing play on a backing track, and that backing track is set at 120 BPM or whatever the BPM is, and the song's never going to, you know, diversify from that BPM. So you're kind of locked into that, and you have to play your parts the same every single night. So what's the question I would ask Gordino? I just say, so what is it like playing for Depeche Mode when you really should be playing for Liza Minnelli? How am I doing, Michelle? 15 seconds. I'm getting good at this. Right, next question. Christopher Lockwood. Where can I find your music? I would love to check it out. Have you listened to the new retro wave, or is it a Christopher, this just makes me realize how dreadfully bad I am at promoting myself, but also that's a good thing, because you know, in my videos, sorry Michelle, I'm just going to hit the stopwatch quickly. I think I've often said when I do videos on this channel, I say this channel's not about me, it's about the content. You know, that's why I wear dodgy hats, and you know, I'm clean and shaven sometimes. But you know, my video's about the content, and I'm passionate about the content. And you know, sometimes people criticize me and say, "Yo, dude, you know, your shirts are crap," and so I say, "Fuck off." You know, I'm about the content. There are so many YouTubers out there, and you can just see they're just trying too hard. They got more subscribers than I have, but it's just like, I'm all about the content, right? I'm just like, if you don't like my content, fuck off, you know, because we're real here. And you never know, one day I'm probably going to sell out, and I'm going to have like fake teeth and everything, and you're going to say, I remember the days when he was real, and he wore his cut back to front, and he was sleazy, or he was not sleazy, he was cheesy, and he used to drink rum. Now he's sold out. But I just believe in being authentic, you know, and I'm losing my train of thought now. So although I usually blame the sort of long COVID, I think it is the rum that's kicking in now. So anyway, Michelle, how much time have I got left on this? I've got 51 seconds. Let me just go back to that question for reference. Oh yes, Christopher, you were asking where can you find my music. So when I get questions like that, it makes me realize that I'm very bad at promoting myself, but also B, I'm not over promoting myself. I will start putting links to all my music in my videos from now on. If you just Google Vaughty, Vaughty, or yeah, do that for now. But there's a lot of stuff out there, and I do need to get my new Vaughty stuff out, because I've got some great songs there. I believe they're great songs, which I feel represent me a lot better than the stuff that is currently out there at the moment. You happy, Michelle? Great. Where are we? Next question. George Robus. Would you play keyboards for Depeche Mode or produce the next album? Oh, George, I will send you that tenner later. I've had people saying, you know, I've had a lot of love, because I do these piano improvisations, and people sometimes say I should replace Peter Gordino, and that's very flattering. Would I produce the next Depeche Mode album? I would love to be in the room. I would definitely have my opinions. But yeah, I'd have a go if they asked me. I wouldn't do it myself, though. I'd need to get a team behind me, but I know some great people who could help me do it. But I'm very passionate about the band, and I'd probably be the wrong person because I'm such a fan. But I've often asked this question before, and I've said, when you producing an album, when you're a band and you produce and you're having an album produced, should you choose someone who's a fan, or should you choose someone who's neutral? And that's a good question, because there are up and down sides to both. If you get someone who's a fan, they could be too much of a fan. But if you get someone who's not a fan, they could be not taking it seriously enough. So there's that fine line, to walk. Right, are they going to let me go? Let me see. Oh no, the questions keep coming. Let's have a go. Are we enjoying ourselves tonight, guys? I hope you're all having a drink here. So, right. Unishu says, sorry, my other phone died on me. I am... Okay, I think you're answering someone else. Michelle. Oh dear. Guys, I need to go study for my test. Somebody else please monitor Vaughn's rambling. Peace. Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And I'm sure someone else will keep me accountable. Make sure you study. And yeah. Make sure you get the rest of the Depeche Mode vinyls. And don't worry about having to upgrade your turntable. I'm sure it's fine. Right, Peter Machala. The best American musician. Martin Gore. Yeah, they've claimed him as their own. Drum says Nile Rodgers. Yeah, Nile Rodgers is phenomenal. Oxen said you've got to go with talent and style. Yeah, no, you absolutely have to. Okay, my friends, so I have finally reached the bottom. There are actually no more questions coming in, so I fulfilled my end of the bargains. So I think that means I'm free to go. So we'll just give a few minutes just to say goodbye to everyone, so everyone can say their goodbyes. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Oh, there are more questions coming in now. So, who's the best American musician? Michael Jackson. If you were to produce Depeche Mode's next album, would it sound like what? How would it sound? Would you turn it into Violator? Oh, I've got a very clear idea of what I would do, but it wouldn't be Violator and it wouldn't be Songs of Faith and Devotion. Salute, viva our cult geeky leader Vaughn. Oh, Alex FX, Alex Fernandez, one of my gurus. He says, hi Vaughn, I've just arrived late, sorry. Alex, where have you been? Come and save me. I've been on here for, what, 4 hours? By the way, guys, check out my friend Alex Fernandez, Echo Mental. He's busy working on a new EP at the moment. And he's one of my gurus, so do check out his stuff. It's very, very good. I'll give him a shout out on my channel when it comes out. Oxen says, when I reach the top, get ready to drop. Well, I haven't reached the top yet, so yeah. Goodbye from Wisconsin, USA. Yes, Jack, goodbye to you. Thank you so much for your generous contribution, Jack. I really appreciate it, brother. Bless you. And when I come to California, I hope we can have a beer. I sincerely mean that. Bonnie, Michael Jackson was not a musician, was he? Ow! Yeah, Michael Jackson. Are there any Depeche Mode demos that you think have something good in them that the finished tracks are missing? I haven't heard enough of them, but that's a good question. I always wanted to bring out a series called From Demo to Completion, where we listen to the demos and then we listen to the completed track and see what the difference was. What do I think of Nina? What, 99 lot balloons? Yeah, moving swiftly on. Has this been a 5? Oh, this has been a 5-hour live stream. Wow, we've broken all records. Thanks for spending so much time on a Saturday afternoon. Guys, I want to say thank you so much for all of you. I'm going to say goodbye, 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 goodbye. And once again, if you're one of my patrons, remember that tomorrow night, 7 p.m. here, UK time, we're going to have a Zoom chat with Christian from Forced to Mode. So make sure you get in there. And as always, I want to thank you all for being here. It's a 5-hour live stream. Wow. We've broken all records. You know, I always think I'm just going to go on just for an hour. But 5 hours later, we're still here. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for your support. This one's to you. And I will see you guys on the next video. the next live stream, the next Zoom chat, or maybe the next meet and greet if you can make it to London. I love you all and thank you so much. Adios, my friends. Bye bye.